Good morning. Thank you for attending the 22nd Wise Traditions Conference. My name is Karen Brody, and I'm a volunteer chapter leader for the foundation in Bolivar, Tennessee. I have a few announcements for you. All talks will be recorded and for sale during the conference for 25% off at the Fleetwood table. For the sake of the recordings, please take children out of the room if they're noisy. If you need a program, they have more now at the registration desk. Also, we offer continuing education credit for nurses, acupuncturists, and NTP nutritionists. You can still register for these at the conference registration desk. You must sign in every morning and submit paperwork at the end. If there is time for questions at the end, please come to the mic here in the aisle. And also, please turn your cell phones to airplane mode. Our speaker this morning is Sally Fallon Morell. Sally Fallon Morell is the founding president of the Weston A. Price Foundation. She's the author of the best-selling cookbook, Nourishing Traditions, the Nourishing Traditions Book of Baby and Child Care with Thomas S. Cowan, MD, along with Nourishing Broth, Nourishing Fats, and Nourishing Diets. Her latest book is The Contagion Myth, co-authored with Thomas Cowan, MD. She and her husband, Jeffrey Morell, are the owners of P.A. Bowen Farmstead in southern Maryland, which produces raw cheese and milk from pastured cows, woodlands, whey-fed pork, and grass-fed poultry and eggs. Please join me in welcoming Sally Fallon Morell.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a delight to be here. First of all, I just want to second what our announcer said. Please put your phones on airplane mode as a courtesy to everyone else. It makes a huge difference. How many of you are completely new to this? Never heard me before? Never read my stuff? Good. These are the people that we want to have sitting here. I do this presentation once a year. This is the 6-hour one. So you're in the right spot. All right. Nourishing traditional diets, the key to vibrant health. And I want you to realize I'm not giving medical advice. This, what I'm telling you, is not a substitute for, a physician or whatever they tell you. I'm just talking about cooking this morning. Okay. How many of you are confused about what constitutes a healthy diet? So many claims out there. On the one hand, there's the Atkins or keto or carnivore diet, which are based largely on meat. And then on the other hand, we have the vegetarian vegan diets, which, in spite of all of our efforts, are becoming more popular. The voices for these diets are more and more strident. And of course, they make fantastic claims for their diets. And then we have all these, I call them schemes. Zone diet, all raw. Now we have the all raw meat diet. That's very popular. Macrobiotic, South Beach diet, juicing, food combining, blood type, metabolic typing diet. I call these schemes because they were all made up by men. And by that I mean men who never had to put a meal on the table day after day after day for a hungry, growing family. And honey, I don't care what your blood type is or what your metabolic type is. You're going to eat what I put in front of you, okay? And of course, the opposite to that is that what you put in front of the children needs to taste good, and they actually eat it. So that's the first requirement for a healthy diet, that your children will eat it. Okay. One year I got a kind of scathing criticism when I, referring to this slide, saying that I was completely out of date. These diets are long gone, and nobody talks about them anymore. And that's another good point here, because a lot of these schemes, they come and go based on the popularity of the author. And they're not based on how human beings have eaten for thousands of years. We also have the official government diet. I came out in 1984, starting with the food pyramid. They don't have the pyramid anymore, but even today, this diet is based on a lot of carbohydrates. It has given Americans the green light to eat all the white bread that they want to. And it was supposed to conquer obesity, but actually obesity rates have increased 30% since that time. So this is not working. And make no mistake, this food pyramid diet it's not based on science. It was formulated to promote the products of commodity agriculture, mainly grains, because it comes out of USDA, not FDA. And USDA's mandate, sell grains. And of course, this is what it devolves to, because there's no emphasis on quality in these government diet schemes. To answer the question, what is a healthy diet, we need to turn to the work of Weston A. Price, who is the author of this wonderful book, Nutrition and Physical Degeneration, which details his travels throughout the world, studying the health and dietary habits of traditional people, non-industrialized, isolated people, which he referred to as primitive people. That sounds like an insult today, but he was using it as a compliment. The normal word used in those days was savages. And Dr. Price used the word primitive as a compliment. He was in awe of their, what he called accumulated wisdom. And he often said, we think we're bringing all these wonderful things of modern culture to these primitive people. He said, but they actually have more to teach us than we have to teach them. And what they have to teach us is more vital to our survival than anything we have to teach them. So Dr. Price was a dentist. His practice was in Cleveland, Ohio. He was a man who asked probing questions. And he was always asking himself, why are my patients so sick? Every time he looked in the mouth of a new patient, he saw decay, infection, just horrible states of their mouths, and also what he called dental deformities, and by that he meant crowded and crooked teeth. Now, this was a time when the world was opening up. We were discovering these isolated, primitive people all over the world. He had a nephew who worked for National Geographic, so what they discovered was dinner table conversation in the Price household. And what were they seeing? The most prevalent observation of anthropologists and explorers when they came to a new group of human beings was what beautiful teeth they had. Broad and straight and white as piano keys was one description. So you can imagine going into a population who's never seen a European before, and everybody's smiling, and they all have naturally straight teeth and white teeth. And also the reports of no cavities as well. And beautiful physiques, they seemed very healthy. So Dr. Price decided to, he was very intrigued by this, and he embarked on a series of investigations that lasted 10 years. Every summer, he and his wife went to a different part of the world in order to answer two questions. The first question was it true? Were there people isolated from the West, no doctors, no dentists, who had excellent dental health? That is, no cavities, no infection, and no dental deformities. If he could find people like this, which of course he did, the second question was, what were they eating? He wasn't particularly interested in what unhealthy people were eating. He knew what unhealthy people were eating, but he wanted to know what the diets of healthy people look like. And he did this at the perfect time. He had a new invention, the camera, so he could take pictures of these people. He could record everything, get it published. But it was also a kind of the last of the Mohicans. These people were rapidly disappearing with the influx of Western foods. All right, so let's look at what he found. He started off in the Laurentian Valley in Switzerland. This is only one of 2 European groups that he was able to study. There were very few primitive European groups left. This is a remote valley. This is a time when Switzerland was embarked on a road building campaign, putting roads in all over Switzerland, connecting all the villages, but this particular village did not have a road yet. The only access was a footpath too narrow for a wheeled cart. So he could be assured that everything that they were eating in this village was grown and prepared in the village, with one exception, that was salt. They did carry in salt. Now, the way he worked was when he came to a village, he usually brought in someone from the health department of the country, a translator, and he sat down with the elders of the village or the tribe and got their permission to look in everybody's mouth, examine their teeth. And so once he had permission, he lined everybody up, he looked at everybody's teeth. He made very detailed notes of the presence of cavities, of dental deformities. So that part of his work was extremely precise and scientific. It was published in peer-reviewed journals. Then he took more general notes of the overall health of the population, not quite as precise and scientific, but definitely interesting. Then he recorded the foods that they ate, and there were different foods all over the world. So this is the challenge for us to make sense of all these diets. And finally, he took the foods home, samples of the foods home to his laboratory in Cleveland and analyzed them for vitamins and minerals. So that's how Dr. Price worked, and he did this over a 10-year period. There's another view of the Laurentian Valley. Even today, you can only get to that village in the summer. It's blocked off in the winter. You can imagine the amazement of the dentist from Cleveland lining up the folks in the village, starting with the children. And he had to look in 3 mouths before he found even one tooth that had decay. So less than 1% tooth decay among the people of the village. And everyone had naturally straight teeth. Nobody needed braces. They all had broad faces, especially what he called the middle third of the face, between the eyes and the mouth. That's where you get the high cheekbones, the broad nostrils, and that is actually considered a mark of attractiveness. The photograph on the right is more difficult for you to see, but what strikes you is how round the faces look. And that's because they're broad. And it's very important in this rarefied air of the Swiss Alps to have broad nostrils and large sinus cavities. The children were very sturdy and strong. They played barefooted in the frigid streams coming off the mountains during weather in which he and his wife had to button up their overcoats. The Weston A. Price Foundation has put a plaque on the rock just behind the children, commemorating this photograph. Let's go back. Okay, so he also examined the adults. The adults were extremely healthy. The men in the village were noted for their great strength. They routinely won the athletic contests throughout Switzerland. The women were noted for their great beauty. And of course, all the children were above average, right? So he also talked to health officials who told them that they had never seen a case of tuberculosis in this village. And this was a time when tuberculosis was the #1 health problem in the world, and especially in Switzerland, but all over the world, was TB. Anyone want to guess what the #1 health problem in the world is today? The #1 cause of death? TB. Yeah, it's still the #1 cause of death. So we haven't solved that problem yet. All right, so here we have this very healthy population. The next question is, what are they eating? Well, the #1 food in this village was the very food accused of causing tuberculosis in Switzerland and the rest of the world. It was raw milk. They had cattle and goats. They drank raw milk. They had raw cheese, raw cream, raw butter. So this was a real milk-based diet. They also grew rye in the short summer months and made a very dense sourdough rye bread. So this was a diet based on dairy foods and grain. And this brings us to the paleo diet. The paleo diet, the premise of the paleo diet is that the foods that are making us sick are the two foods new to human evolution, dairy foods and grains. And yet here was a perfectly healthy population whose diet was based on these foods. But the dairy foods were very different from the dairy foods we get in the supermarket today, and the grains were prepared in a very different way as well. And we'll get into both of these subjects. They also did eat meat. Any dairying country eats meat because they kill the calves to get the rennet for one reason. And like all primitive cultures, they ate the whole animal. Nothing went to waste. They ate the liver. They ate the organ meats. They cooked up the head. They ate the brain. They made soup with the bones. So they had meat, occasionally meat, and soups, and a few vegetables during the short summer months. But this was a diet based on dairy foods and grains. A typical lunch for the children was a thick slice of sourdough bread and an equally thick slice of cheese, raw cheese. By the way, during their athletic contests, what the men drank were bowls of pure cream. So it wasn't carb loading, it was fat loading. Now, one of the most interesting things that Dr. Price found was the use of what he called sacred foods. Sacred foods were foods considered very important for men and women before conception. They started eating these foods about 6 months before conception. So when a couple announced their engagement, they started on these special foods, whatever they were. During pregnancy, during breastfeeding, and then during the period of the growth of the child. Our culture is so casual and so careless about how we prepare for pregnancy, even though our science completely validates this idea of having extremely nutrient-dense food for preparing for having a healthy baby, and then having nutrient-dense foods during that whole period of growth. Because that's when the body is being formed, that's when the skeleton's being formed, the teeth are being formed, all the organs are being formed. Now, when you get to adulthood and you're not very healthy, you can improve your health by changing your diet, but you can't change your form. That's already been set. And that's the time when babies are being formed, and growing is the time when nutrition is the most important. So what was the food for the Swiss villagers, the sacred food? It was a special type of butter. It was the butter that came from the cows when they first went to pasture in the spring. This butter was a bright orange color. And so sacred did they hold this butter that they had a special ceremony where they lit a bowl of butter on their altars. They had a wick in the butter, and they lit a flame in the butter on the altar of their church. I'd love to see this start happening throughout the world again. This is a picture of their bread. This is a festival bread, so it was very large. It's actually the men made the bread. It was very hard work. There's a hole in the top of the bread. When they made the bread, they hung it on a hook, and it wasn't considered fit to eat until it had been hung and fermented for 2 weeks. This is already a fermented sourdough bread. They only made bread twice a year, so some of the times they were eating bread that was 6 months old. Notice the woman. She's nice and slim in spite of her high-fat diet. Look at her beautiful facial structure, the high cheekbones. And my favorite part of this photo is the hat. This is a beautiful hat. As I said, Dr. Price carried out this research at the perfect time when he could see the effects of modernization on the people and still could study people who were primitive, eating primitive diets. In the villages where the roads had come in and the people began to eat what he called the displacing foods of modern commerce, foods based on sugar, white flour, milk that had been canned and condensed, chocolate. A lot of the farmers were selling their milk to the chocolate factories, jams, jellies, And one other item that is completely new to the human diet, vegetable oils. We did not have vegetable oils before 1890. They were just coming in to the human diet. And what were they displacing? They were displacing the animal fats. In these populations, he found 1 tooth in 3 was decayed. But of even more concern to Dr. Price was that the children who were born after the parents changed their diet, just this is the first generation, they had more narrow faces, more narrow dental palates, and their teeth were crowded and crooked, as you can see in the lower 2 photographs. This happened within 1 generation. The other thing that happened immediately on the change of diet was that childbirth became very difficult and life-threatening, whereas the other common observation of primitive peoples was how easy it was for them to have their babies. The other European group that he was able to study was primitive Gaelic people living in the Outer Hebrides on a windswept island. They had no TB, no cavities, and he was impressed at their cheerfulness, their optimism. It was a very harmonious society. No one had to lock their doors. Now, this was a windswept island. There were no animals on this island. They had no dairy foods, no meat, no eggs, no chicken. They didn't have gardens. They couldn't grow vegetables. They didn't have fruit. They didn't have any kale in their diet. They didn't have any broccoli, but they were healthy. They were still healthy, okay? So what were these people eating? Well, this diet was based on seafood of every type, and not just the skinless fillets of the fish. When they caught a fish, they ate the liver of the fish. They extracted the oil from the liver, and they had the fish liver oil. Lots of shellfish in this diet. They were also able to grow oats on this island, a very special type of oats. And so they had porridge and oat cakes. So they did have a carbohydrate food. So it's basically seafood and oat cakes. The only green food they had was seaweed, which was highly valued. And the sacred food, the food that every child got for breakfast so that he would grow up healthy and strong, was fish heads stuffed with oats and chopped cod's liver. So eat your breakfast, dear. This is a photograph of the cottages that they lived in. They were thatched cottages, and they had no chimneys. And this is one of the myths of primitive people that they breathed in clean, pure air. No, they were always breathing in smoke. All of these houses and teepees and everything were full of smoke, and yet these people had no lung disease. And we'll talk about why that is, the factors in the diet that prevent lung disease, even though it was actually a very polluted environment. In the spring, they took the thatch from their houses, which turned black over the winter, and spread it on their fields, and this was their fertilizer. Dr. Price did an experiment, which you can see below. He brought home the soil from the island. It was very poor soil. The one on the right is oats planted in the soil. They hardly grew at all. The 4 in the middle were oats planted with different types of fertilizer. They just grew a little bit. They didn't reach maturity. And the one on the left is oats planted with the blackened thatch from the cottages. And that was the only pot where he got mature oats. So they really knew what they were doing with this thatch. Now, when the island became modernized and health workers came in, people started eating Western foods and developed TB. That's always the first disease that came along was TB. They told the people to put chimneys in, so that would help them prevent TB. But no one stopped to ask how come they had no TB in the early days when they didn't have chimneys in their houses. All right, then he went to Alaska, out in the hinterlands, where very few white men had been. And he found a very high degree of physical perfection among the native people. You can see the woman on the left. He described her teeth as literally 2 rows of pearls, very broad facial structure. The babies were curious and alert, very sturdy and strong. And one observation he made was he never heard a baby cry in these healthy primitive communities. And that's because the babies were well nourished. A baby who's always crying is a baby who's hungry. The stomach may be full, but they haven't been nourished. The other observation of the Alaskan people was how easy it was for them to have babies. Usually the mother had her baby at night while her husband was asleep, and when he woke up in the morning, she introduced him to the new baby. So here's some more of these photographs. Many of the Eskimos had worn down teeth and missing teeth because they chewed on leather to make their clothes, but none of these worn down or teeth were decayed. And again, no tuberculosis, no sign of any chronic disease. He talked at great length to Dr. Romeg, who'd spent 30 years among the Alaskan people, and he said he had never seen a case of heart disease, kidney problems, cancer, anything requiring an operation among the traditional people who ate their traditional diets. These diseases always showed up when they started eating the white man's food, which he called the displacing foods of modern commerce. Not only were they empty, devitalized foods, but they were displacing. They pushed out the foods full of nutrients that they had before. The situation in the port towns where they were eating the white man's food was really tragic. They suffered from horrible tooth decay. This once happy people became prone to suicide, and the only reason they gave for suicide was the pain of tooth decay. So the foods that caused tooth decay arrived long before the dentists got there. They became prone to TB, of course, and many other diseases. And then the next generation, the children were born with more narrow palates, had overbites, underbites, and crowded and crooked teeth. All right, so what were the healthy traditional foods in this diet? This was definitely an animal food-based diet, very few plant foods. And the key food in this diet was seal oil, which they're holding in this, looks like a leather bag. It's actually the stomach of the seal stitched up. And the seal oil was used for cooking, it was used for dipping, it was used for food preservation. They had something called Eskimo ice cream, where they whipped up the seal oil until it was frothy and added a few berries, and that was the Eskimo ice cream. Today, the Eskimo ice cream is made with Crisco and sugar. But 80% of the diet was fat, that's animal fat. And of course, they had lots of game that they hunted. The first thing they did when they killed an animal was eat the organs like the liver and the tongue. Then they took the lean meat and smoked it or dried it, and all of the fat of the animal they rendered and saved, because they did have one food combining rule, and that was that they never ate lean meat. We find this rule all over the world. In Australia, when they killed an animal, if it wasn't fat enough, they called it rubbish, and they threw it away. So they always ate meat with the fat. Naturally, they ate a lot of fish. The fish were often prepared by fermentation. They were thrown in a hole and allowed to become the consistency of ice cream. The bones got soft. That was their source of calcium. They were great observers of nature, and they noticed if they gave fresh fish to their dogs, the dogs could not pull the sleds all day long. But if they gave fermented fish to their dogs, the dogs had the stamina to pull their sleds all day long. So we'll be talking about fermented foods and why they give you more strength and stamina. These are fish eggs drying in the sun, and Dr. Price asked them why they went to such trouble to dry and preserve the fish eggs. And their answer was, we need these fish eggs so we can have healthy babies. So fish eggs were a sacred food in many parts of the world. and extremely nutrient-dense foods for pregnant women and growing children. The Plains Indians, of course, were noted for being a beautiful, handsome people with broad faces, wonderful physiques. These are some of the early photos. These are not Dr. Price's photos, but these are Dr. Price's photos. And this was a family living in Canada, mostly on animal foods, especially prizing the fat foods like beaver tail was an extremely important food for them. And the contrast with the modernized Canadian Indians living in the reservations was tragic. They suffered from tremendous tooth decay. And then in the next generation, the narrow dental arches and crowded and crooked teeth. There was just one reservation where the Indians there did not have tooth decay and did not have crowded teeth. And it was a reservation where they had a dairy herd. So they were all drinking raw Jersey milk. These wonderful photographs were taken in Florida. There were still Seminole Indians eating their traditional foods in Florida. Dr. Price had to sit for 2 weeks twiddling his thumbs before he got permission to take these photographs. But we're so glad that he was patient, because it just shows you how beautiful these people were. They have the look of nobility, and that just reminds us we're all sons and daughters of God. We're all nobility. We all have this genetic blueprint for perfect physical form. Whether that blueprint manifests itself depends on the building materials. So the blueprint comes from God, but the building materials, that's our responsibility. Now let's compare our beautiful Indian princess in the upper right corner with her broad jaw and beautiful straight teeth with someone from her same tribe. This is the same genetics, it's the same blueprint, who was born after the parents changed their diet. And you can see the much more narrowed face and the crowded and crooked teeth. What we're seeing here is the prevention of the full expression of the genetic potential. This is the genetic potential of all of us. But this is what happens when the building materials are substandard. We like to say that the teeth tell the tale. When the teeth are naturally straight, it's a sign that the whole body has been built to the optimal standards. There'll be plenty of room in the head for the pituitary, the pineal, the hypothalamus. The hypothalamus is the master gland. It is the seat of impulse control. And when we think of traditional people, we think of people who are very stoic, who had good impulse control. When we think of modern children, what phrase comes to mind? Lack of impulse control. The sinus cavities and the ear tubes will be capacious. There'll be a lot more resistance to infection in these areas. When you have the broad face and naturally straight teeth, you also see good skeletal development, good musculature, good posture, robust development. Keen eyesight and hearing. How many people in this room need corrective lenses? Okay, so about 80%. Now, if we were a tribe dependent on hunting, and 80% of us couldn't see perfectly, I don't think we'd make it as a tribe. Optimal function of all the organs, the pancreas, the spleen, the stomach, all perfectly formed and working perfectly. Then we have the emotional biochemistry, which also depends on what we're eating. These people were optimistic, they learned easily, they had prodigious memories. And finally, when the face is broad and the teeth are naturally straight, the pelvic opening is round. And that is the ideal shape for childbirth. And that's why the childbirth in these cultures was so easy and painful and pain-free. Now, when the teeth are crowded and crooked, it's a sign that there's going to be a compromised space for everything in the head, the master glands, increased susceptibility to sinus and ear infection, poor development, poor posture, easily injured, poor eyesight and hearing. Eyesight is usually one of the first things to go. Compromised function of all the organs, and then what's epidemic today, depression, behavior problems, learning problems in our children. The brain is an organ, and it needs to be nourished just like every other part of the body. And finally, the pelvic opening will be oval, be narrow, and that's not a good shape for having children, and that's why childbirth became so difficult and life-threatening. Just a few more photos of Dr. Price. He went to the South Sea Islands. He made a point of going to islands that did not have trading centers with the outside world. This is my favorite page from his whole book. I just love these smiles. Look at how broad the dental arches are in these young boys. And these are teenagers. They're so happy looking. Our teenagers don't look happy like this, do they? Yeah. Look at this little guy on the lower left. So cute. The woman in the upper photograph here is 90 years old. One of the criticisms of Dr. Price was that, well, the people may have been beautiful and well-formed, but they died young, of heart disease or whatever because of their high-fat diets. Well, this is completely false. There were many elders in these communities. Of course, life was dangerous, and people were carried off by trauma, or they got in fights with each other and in war. Many of the Eskimos told Dr. Price they were over 100 years old. But when you have that beautiful bone structure, you age very gracefully. And the elders, of course, had important roles in the society, and that is of teaching the young people about the principles of good diet. One thing that's the same in both modern and primitive societies is that the children never listen to their parents. The parents are not the good teachers of their children, so you have the grandparents do that. So what were they eating in the South Sea Islands to have this beautiful bone structure? This was a diet based on seafood of every type. We see the crab, the octopus. They ate the fatty organs of the fish, lots of shellfish. But they also had pigs, and he's carrying a couple of wild pigs in the upper right-hand photograph. The pigs were a sacred food. They were cooked in underground ovens, and they took great care to save the blood and the fat of the pigs. It's very important for them. In the lower right, you have the taro root, which was prepared by fermentation. They dug a hole and fermented the taro root, so they did have a starchy food, a high-carb food. And the boy on the left is having a snack, which he did not get from a vending machine. He's eating a delicious, fatty sea worm. The fascinating photograph sent to us by a chapter leader in New Zealand. These are shark stomachs, and they take the stomach out of the shark, and they put the liver inside the stomach and let that ferment, hanging up in the trees. And what drips out is the fermented shark liver oil. And this was a sacred food, considered very important for having healthy babies. The shark liver was the key sacred food. They went to a lot of danger and trouble to get these shark livers, and then they often fermented them. Nevertheless, these beautiful, healthy people had no immunity to the displacing foods of Western commerce, causing tremendous amount of tooth decay and suffering. And then the next generation, the altered facial structure, the narrowed face, and all of the modern health problems. And of course, those beautiful smiles have disappeared. These young people look like so many young people look today, like they've got a chip on their shoulder. There's a sense that they have been cheated, and that is exactly right. They have been cheated. They've been cheated of their birthright of perfection, of perfect physical form. So our job at the Weston A. Price Foundation is to teach young people how to bring children in the world so they have that birthright of physical perfection. And they don't have to spend their lives moping and unhappy because they didn't have this. These photographs were taken in a TB ward in Hawaii. Every single child in this ward had dental deformities. Now, it wasn't the dental deformities that caused TB, but Dr. Price's view about TB was that the same lack of nutrients that resulted in the dental deformities also resulted in deformities and weakness in the lung, and that this was the basic cause of TB. These are Aboriginal people, known for their keen eyesight, great agility, coordination, keen hearing, and beautiful dental structure. These teeth are so perfect they look like false teeth. But just as prone to decay as any other group once they got on the displacing foods of modern commerce. And then in the next generation, the altered facial structure. You can see the boy on the right, he has trouble breathing. His nostrils are so small, he has to open his mouth a little bit to breathe. Finally, Dr. Price went to Africa. He went into the interior of Africa to places where few white men had been before. And he could not get over what he found in Africa. He found 6 tribes with 100 more people in each tribe, and not one single cavity. Over 600 people and not one single cavity. Some of these tribes filed their teeth. That was considered a mark of attractiveness, but even these filed teeth were not decayed. And of course, beautiful straight teeth, broad, handsome, broad faces. Now in Africa, he was able to compare 3 different diets practiced by similar racial groups. The first was the diet of the herding tribes, which was based on milk, meat, and blood. They milked their cows. They also took blood out of their cows and mixed it with the milk. A warrior in his prime consumed a gallon or more of milk per day, containing 3/4 of a pound of butterfat. It was a very high-fat diet. These people were extremely slender and tall, very good runners. One of the things they did before a rain is they burned their fields so that when the rains came, the green grass came up. And they never had marriages during the dry season, only when the cows were getting green grass. Secondly, were the hunter-gatherers. This was a mixed diet. They had both animal and plant foods. Many of these hunter-gatherers also had cattle or goats, so they had milk at certain times of the year. Liver was a sacred food among these people, which was consumed both raw and cooked. They never touched it with their hands. They only put it on their spears. And finally, the agriculturalists, who did not have animal herds. They didn't hunt. They grew grains, legumes, and squash. About 10% of their diet was insects. These people were certainly healthier than the patients Dr. Price was seeing back home, but they suffered from about 6% tooth decay. They tended to be shorter, a little bit overweight, and they were dominated by the other 2 types of people, the herders and the hunter-gatherers. Dr. Price's conclusion was that we should avoid the extremes of too much animal food or too much plant food, not enough animal foods, and you were prone to tooth decay and being overweight. Too many animal foods, and you were prone to disproportionately tall. He felt that the hunter-gatherers had the best physiques. They were the strongest. And that was his conclusion, that the ideal diet avoided the extremes between too much animal food and too much plant food. Isn't that good news? Isn't that the way we all want to eat? We don't want to have an extreme, weird diet. We want to eat all these foods. And that was Dr. Price's conclusion. As long as these are good natural foods, that's the best type of diet to have. No matter which diet they started on, none of these people was immune to the displacing foods of modern commerce, causing a tremendous amount of suffering, tooth decay, and then the narrowed faces in just one generation. This photograph perfectly illustrates the difference between normal facial structure and what I call modern facial structure. The boy on the right, it's obvious that he has very strong facial bones. The middle third of the face is broad, the nostrils are broad, and he has plenty of room for the teeth to come in straight in his dental arches. The boy on the left, obviously the same genetics, probably they might even be brothers, has a more narrow face. This is an adaptation that the body makes when the building materials are not ideal. Just say you were going to build a house and you had a blueprint for the house, and the house was supposed to have a big wide door at the front. But when you went out to get your building materials, you either didn't care or you couldn't afford a nice strong beam across your door, so you just bought a little 4x4 beam. You would have to build a narrow door or your whole house would fall down. And that's what we're seeing here. It's just the bones are not strong enough to support everything in the body if they were wide, so they have to be more narrow. These are dental casts taken by Dr. Price. The one on the right is a healthy, primitive adult, and the one on the left is a typical American adult. You can see in the lower photograph, what we see on the right is beauty, strength, order. What we see on the left is weakness, kind of a decrease in size, degeneration. This is what Dr. Price called physical degeneration. I have some pictures of arches here because it's the same principle. If you're going to build an arch in a building, it has to be built with strong materials or the building will fall down. And the same true of people. If you want wide dental arches, you need good, strong bones. Many of you have heard of Pottinger's cats experiments. He looked at cats on a deficient diet over 4 generations. The first generation, the cat suffered from allergies, skin problems, and adrenal problems. Probably the kind of health problems that many of you have had. These were certainly my health problems. Both my parents were extremely healthy, had naturally straight teeth and perfect eyesight. And my dad used to sit at the table and say, I just don't get it. How come your mom and I don't need glasses? We didn't need braces. How come all you kids need braces and glasses? So I guess that got me thinking about this. Next generation of cats on a deficient diet, there was the chronic disease, kidney disease, heart disease, cancer. The third generation saw changes in behavior. The females became aggressive. The males became docile. There was no interest in the opposite sex. Sound familiar? That's where we're getting ourselves. And by generation 4, there was no more reproduction. So we are in the 11th hour in our culture. We're not, making judgments on people. It's just an observation. And if we don't turn this around, there'll be no more people. These are typical dental deformities that the dentists see today. Very few dentists will blame this on diet. They'll say it's genetic or it's from thumb sucking. The latest theory is that these problems are caused by soft food. So the idea is if you gave your kids hard candy, they'd have straight teeth. It's the dumbest theory I've heard in a long time because you can tell when a child is born what kind of facial structure they have before they've eaten anything. The first bone to be affected by poor nutrition is the maxilla, the upper jaw bone. That's that purple bone. It's the bone that creates the width of the middle third of the face. Almost every other bone in the skull touches on the maxilla, so the width and shape of the maxilla really determines pretty much the shape of the head and what goes on inside the head. So it will determine whether the teeth are straight. And then the second bone to be affected is the mandible, the lower jawbone. This is from the back of the head. This bone that looks like a butterfly is called the sphenoid. And like any bone that kind of sticks out, it has to be strong. Or if it's not strong, it'll be more narrow. So this has been a long introduction, and I'd like to finish it with a few photographs of my own. This woman was born in the South in the 1920s. She has beautiful facial structure, naturally straight teeth. She looks like the old American movie stars in the black and white movies. And this face has disappeared. We just don't see this kind of facial structure anymore. Now, she did not have to eat cod's head stuffed with chopped cod's liver or sea worms to have this beautiful facial structure. She grew up on foods that we can all enjoy and that aren't weird for us, starting with whole raw Jersey milk. She grew up in raw milk. Plenty of butter and cream. This was before all these weird, crazy people started telling us that butter and cream weren't good for us. Lots of shellfish in her diet and also fish eggs. They lived on the Chesapeake, and in the spring, the shad roe, everybody ate the shad roe. They knew that this was good for healthy reproduction. They ate meat and also liver. They ate liver once a week. Why? Because the doctors told them to. Before the Second World War, the doctors told the moms, cook liver once a week so your family won't be anemic. But there's many other reasons to eat liver. Lots of chicken broth, fruits and vegetables, and one other food that almost all American children got up to the Second World War was cod liver oil. You got cod liver oil in school. You got cod liver oil at home. If you went to Sunday school, you got cod liver oil. It's a huge public health initiative in America, probably one of the most successful in the world. And up to the Second World War, pretty much everyone got cod liver oil. This handsome gentleman, you look at the distance from the outside of the eye to the outside of the head. Very broad face. He grew up in utter poverty. We could say he was deprived. He grew up on a farm. He said his mother had died when he was young, and he had a goat. He said, the goat was my mother. He suckled directly from the goat. So he ate buttermilk, butter and cream, shellfish. He said if he caught a crawdad, he ate it raw because otherwise somebody else would take it from him and eat it. Meat, and especially organ meats, he said, I got the bits. I was the youngest. I had a stepmother who didn't like me, and I got all the leftovers. So he got the most nutrient-dense parts of the animals. Broth, sweet potatoes, greens, and cornbread. This man lived to age 94. He had a prodigious memory. He made his living as a card sharp for many years, and he said he could start with a clean deck of cards, and within 10 minutes he had them all marked, and he knew what everything was. He made a good living that way. This is an interesting photograph from 1910. This is Bill Cody's Wild West show. You can see the width of the faces both in the Native Americans and the European Americans. Only one that's circled has a narrow face. Now today, if you would look at a photograph of athletes, even of athletes, the wide face is the exception. Usually the wide faces are on athletes that come from other countries, the Dominican Republic or whatever. These children are from Central America. They may be poor. Their lives may be described as deprived, but they have the greatest gift that any child can have, and that's normal facial development, naturally straight teeth. Typical diet probably included goat milk and seafood. When they killed an animal, they ate the organs, did eat insects, but also lots of plant foods such as rice and beans. It may have even been what you'd call a plant-based diet, but the animal foods that they were eating were very nutrient-dense. By contrast, modern children tend to have narrow faces. Almost all need braces to straighten their teeth. And they suffer from allergies, asthma, learning disabilities, even cancer, very common in children now. 1 child in 2 has some kind of medical disability in this country. But there's good news. These beautiful, healthy babies with naturally broad faces, they'll grow up with straight teeth, were born to parents who were wise enough and loving enough to adopt our principles, to prepare for pregnancy, and to feed their kids right when the kids were growing. This is our hope for the future. We have so many problems to solve First, we have to get the food right, and then these beautiful, healthy children can solve the other problems for us. Dr. Price said natural beauty and individual beauty is a matter of both design of the face and regularity and perfection of the teeth. Nature always builds harmoniously if conditions are sufficiently favorable, regardless of race, color, or location. The theory in Dr. Price's day was that this degeneration was caused by race mixing. And it was all part of the eugenics movement. Dr. Price had some very strong words about this so-called eugenics movement. He said it has nothing to do with your race or your intelligence or your family or any of that. He says it has to do with the diet. And he had seen plenty of children of mixed race with harmonious facial development. Yeah. He really was a man way ahead of his time, and you kind of get chills when you read his condemnation of this whole eugenics movement. Okay, so now you may be even more confused than ever. I said I was going to answer this question, what is a healthy diet? But as we have seen, all these diets were different. And seems some people just throw up their hands at this point and say, well, there's no such thing as a healthy diet. So lots of variety. Some had almost no plant foods. Some had very few animal foods. Some had mostly cooked foods. Some had large amounts of raw foods. Some had dairy foods and some didn't. Some had grains and some didn't. How do we make sense of all this? So what we have done at the Weston A. Price Foundation is come up with 11 characteristics of healthy traditional diets. And you can take these characteristics, once you know what these characteristics are, you can apply them to your diet, and based on what you like, what you can afford, what you have time to prepare. Some people do better on more grains than others. Some people thrive on dairy products and some don't. So we're not telling you that your diet has to conform to a narrow pattern. We're giving you these 11 principles, and then you have a wide leeway to craft a diet that works for you and your family. First principle, there were no refined or denatured foods in these diets. And the list was pretty short in Dr. Price's day. It included white sugar, white flour, canned foods, condensed milk, and this new kind of devil in the food, the vegetable oils, the industrial seed oils, displacing the animal fats. The list is much longer today. Not only do we have refined sugar, but we have high fructose corn syrup, and its cousin in the health food stores, agave syrup, is made the same way by the enzymatic conversion of glucose into fructose. And by the way, you're not seeing high fructose corn syrup on the labels anymore because it had such a bad reputation that the manufacturers had now permission to just call it fructose. So if you see fructose, that's high fructose corn syrup. White flour is the basis of the Western diet. Pasteurized milk, skim and low-fat milk are not whole foods. They're foods in which valuable components have been destroyed or removed. We will talk about these seed oils, hydrogenated fats, and the vegetable oils in quite a bit of detail. Protein powders, and I asked this question last night at the doctor's discussion. They really are horrible processed foods. And they're giving you proteins. Many of them are foreign proteins, but the density of protein in these powders is much greater than meat, for example. They're very, very hard on the kidneys. And then all of the additives and artificial sweeteners in our diets. Americans consume about 10 pounds of these per year. They were designed to be consumed in very small amounts, but the effects are additive, meaning that if you have 3 or 4 additives that don't cause any problem in test animals on their own, when you give 3 or 4 together, you have dead animals. Thank you. Dr. Price's most famous statement was, "Life in its fullness is Mother Nature obeyed." You know, I've heard scientists say, oh, we figured out how to outsmart Mother Nature years ago. Well, I've got news for you. Mother Nature bats last. We cannot outsmart Mother Nature. And as Dr. Price said, true happiness is figuring out what these rules are, Mother Nature's laws, and obeying them. And then we can live our life to the fullness. And if you're eating these industrial foods, I guarantee you, you're not living your life to the fullest. You'll be tired, you'll have brain fog, you'll be resentful, you'll have health problems. That's not the life that anyone would choose for ourselves. Second principle. Every diet contained animal products. This was Dr. Price's greatest disappointment. He had hoped to find a people that were healthy living only on plant foods, and he had to admit that that's not what he found. So what were these animal products? Fish and shellfish. First and foremost, Dr. Price believed that the healthiest people were those who had fish and shellfish in their diets. He not only took pictures of people, but he took calipers, and he always asked to see the skulls of the ancestors, and he measured the thickness of the skulls. And the thickest skulls were among those who had fish and shellfish in their diet. And it's a good thing to have a thick skull, believe me. Many types of birds, and not just the skinless fillets, but the organs, the fat, the skin and bones. Bird fat is an extremely nutritious food. And they often left fruit on the trees for the birds to eat so they become fat. Red meat, beef, goat, sheep, game with the organ meats and fat preferred. Now, typically when hunters killed an animal, they ate the liver, the brain, the tongue, and the marrow first. And then, as I described, they preserved the lean meat in one way or another, rendered the fat, and always ate the meat with the fat. Milk products were raw or cultured, never heated, never pasteurized. Eggs from birds out in the sunlight. And reptiles and insects were also very important parts of many traditional diets. I'm not saying that you have to eat them, but we need to recognize that these are nutrient-dense foods. So, why do we need these animal foods? There are certain nutrients that are only found in animal products. Vitamins A and D, which we will talk about in more detail. Cholesterol is a nutrient for babies and growing children. It's an essential nutrient. They do not make cholesterol. Mother's milk is very rich in cholesterol, and there are special enzymes to ensure that that cholesterol is 100% absorbed. So babies' first foods need to be cholesterol-rich foods like egg yolks and liver, so that baby gets that cholesterol for the development of the brain and nervous system. B12, we know we only get that in animal foods, very important for the nervous system. And certain types of fats, and we will go into these in more detail. AA, which is in animal fats. EPA and DHA, which are more in the fish oils, fish fats. We get these only from animal foods. Now, the column on the right, these are nutrients that occur in both animal foods and plant foods, but they're much more easily absorbed in the animal foods. Starting with calcium, there are really only two sources of calcium in traditional diets. One is dairy products, and the other is bones. So the cultures that did not have dairy products, they often crushed up the bones, ground up the bones of birds and small animals, and added those bones to their food. B6, magnesium, iron, zinc, and copper. Yeah, they're there in the plant foods, but they're also blocked by other components of the plant foods. They're very difficult to absorb from the plant foods. And that's why we get these nutrients from animal foods, especially zinc. The first thing that happens in someone trying to be a vegan is they develop zinc deficiency, because you simply cannot absorb adequate zinc from plant foods. We'll do questions later. Okay. So the early signs of B12 deficiency are neurological. They include fatigue, tingling in the hands and feet, sleep disorders, and a tendency to irrational anger. Please don't tell me we're going to have a more peaceful, just world if everyone's a vegan, because it makes you angry. Then we have the psychiatric disorders. 95% of people in mental institutions are B12 deficient, and B12 deficiency is also associated with chronic disease. Very serious deficiency, and if it goes on for too long, you can't recover. So it becomes a permanent disability. B12 is only in animal products. There are analogs. They claim, well, we've got these analogs in soy foods and blue-green algae, but these are actually increase the body's need for B12 because they hook onto the receptors and block the receptors from the true B12. We need the intrinsic factor to absorb B12, and that's the same, it's secreted by the same cells that secrete hydrochloric acid in the stomach. Deficiencies are most likely in vegetarians and the elderly. And if you are a vegetarian relying on dairy foods, you need to be drinking raw milk and raw cheese because the B12 carrier proteins are destroyed by pasteurization. We really cannot escape our dependence on animal foods. Even if you're not eating meat, it's amazing how many things that these animal products show up in. Waxes, pharmaceuticals, soaps, modern building materials, certain types of glue, cosmetics, plastics, hydraulic brake fluid in airplanes. So we've always been dependent on animal products, more so in the past where we needed the skins, the furs, the sinews for thread, the bones for tools. So this is just a fact of life, of living in the physical world. We are dependent on the animals below us, beneath us, and there's no escape from that. When people get cancer today, they are told, oh, that's because you were eating meat. And this is what they tell them in the hospitals now, you need to go on a vegan diet so you can get over your cancer. But there was a 2014 study where they compared, they did a survey of people who described themselves as vegetarians and those who described themselves as meat eating. The vegetarians had more tooth decay, no surprise, more allergies, more mental illness. They needed more health care. They had a poor quality of life, and this is a really surprising one. They had more cancer. So please don't think that if you become a vegetarian, you're protecting yourself against cancer. What about all these claims of success by writers promoting vegetarianism? All these studies also limited vegetable oils, sugar, alcohol, and so forth. They were very short-lived studies. Many people dropped out. And the thing is, you actually do feel better if you get off all processed food, including and don't eat meat. You're going to feel better. But after a while, that's when the deficiencies show up. This is what I call the puritanical diet, the virtuous, low-fat, low-salt, high-fiber diet, approved by dietitians, impossible to stay on. This is another puritanical diet, the paleo diet, lean meat, dry vegetables, some fruits and nuts. These diets are unsustainable. They create cravings, and they basically throw you into the arms of the pornographic foods. What's wrong with the way we used to eat? You know, chicken with the crispy skin, roast beef with the fat, vegetables with butter, and soup with cream. These are health foods. These are foods that sustain us and nourish us and keep us from craving this kind of junk. Okay, this is a good stopping point. We'll soon get, next, when we come back, we'll get into the most important principle of nutrient density. All right. I can do a few questions. Unfortunately, we don't have a mic for up there, but just speak loudly.
I have a big mouth. I'm afraid to do cod liver in fish because of all the mercury.
Okay.
Especially cod liver. I mean, cods are big if you've ever seen them.
Yeah. This is a question about mercury in the cod liver oil and fish products. I think at least the cod liver oil here, they test for mercury, so ask them. I don't think they're finding mercury in there. No. You know, there's always been mercury in the sea, and we don't absorb that mercury very efficiently, especially if we have good gut flora. So we'll be talking about that. In fact, I think Natasha tells a story of sheep. They were given feed with mercury in it, and it was all excreted. But if they were given antibiotics, the mercury was absorbed. So it's all a question of having good gut flora to protect yourself. Okay, in the back? Yes? So you should hear, I think there's a talk tomorrow by a dentist who talks about how to open up those airways. There are appliances that will do it. And you should do it. Yeah. Yes.
What about the proliferation of multiple births with children possibly not getting the nutrition to build full bodies?
Yeah. So this is the proliferation of multiple births. This is often happens with in vitro fertilization. No, you just think it's just.
But one child only lived to 6 months and the other lived to 58.
So these were twins. Well, there's always been twins. So when the diet's really good, they'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, she got more nutrients. In the back? Yes. Okay, I didn't hear you very well. What about collagen? The collagen you might want to, but we're going to talk about bone broth. All traditional cultures use bones, usually as bone broth, and I think that's what we should be doing. We do not promote vitamins. We feel you should get your nutrients from food. There's lots of problems with vitamins, and I'm going to talk about one in particular, vitamin D. Taking vitamin D as a supplement is really a bad idea. All right, so as I said, I have a lot of material to cover. I'm going to talk fast. We're now at the third principle of Dr. Price, and this is the most important finding of his research, the part that's usually the most neglected. Most people, when they talk about Rustin Price, they said, oh yeah, he showed that if you start eating sugar and white flour, you're going to get cavities, so just stop eating sugar and white flour. That's only the half of it. It's also adding back the nutrient-dense foods. So as I said, Dr. Price took these foods home to his laboratory and had them analyzed for vitamin and mineral content. And what he found was that these foods, these diets, whatever they were eating, were nutrient-dense. They had 4 times the calcium and other minerals compared to the typical diet of his day. And the really surprising finding was the very high levels of fat-soluble vitamins compared to the American diet. There are 3 fat-soluble vitamins that Dr. Price put emphasis on. They are vitamins A, D, and what he called the Price factor. We're going to start by talking about vitamins A and D. Where do we get vitamins A and D from our food? We get them from certain seafoods, starting with fish eggs, just powerhouses of A and D, fish livers and fish liver oil, fish heads. A lot of cultures ate fish heads, which are very rich in vitamin A, shellfish, oily fish, and sea mammals. The seal oil that Dr. Price tested was the highest vitamin A food that he had ever tested. And they were eating the seal oil by the cupful. On the right-hand column, we have our land animals. So first is insects. But I'm not telling you you have to eat insects. But we do need to recognize they are good sources of vitamins A and D. butter and cream, egg yolks, liver, organ meats, and animal fats. If these animals are outside in the sunlight, eating green grass. Now, what do you notice about this list? Butter, cream, egg yolks, liver, organ meats, and animal fats. These are the sacred foods, the very foods that have been demonized by our culture and that people are avoiding. Don't eat butter, it's full of saturated fat and too much cholesterol, and egg yolks. Whatever you do, don't eat liver, you're going to poison yourself with vitamin A. No organ meats, and whatever you do, cut the fat off all your meat. No animal fat. So what we're being told is just the opposite of what we should do. And if you don't remember anything else from my talks today, just remember this little short list of foods: butter, cream, egg yolks, liver, organ meats, and animal fats. Get as much of this into your diet as you can. And that is the basis of health, right there. Dr. Price referred to these vitamins as activators because you need the vitamins A and D to use the minerals in your food. He said it is possible to starve for minerals that are abundant in the foods eaten because they cannot be utilized without an adequate quantity of the fat-soluble activators. So without the fat-soluble activators, you will not use the minerals in your food, and you can be eating organic food, mineral-rich food till it comes out your ears, but without these vitamins, you will not be able to use the minerals. If we think of the body as a house or temple, the bricks are the minerals and the mortar is the fat-soluble vitamins A and D. And you need them both to build a strong body and keep it in good health. There's a lot of myths out there about these fat-soluble vitamins. And the first myth is that plant foods contain vitamin A. Eat your carrots, eat your cantaloupe, eat your, kale for vitamin A. This is not correct. If you go to the Merck manual, you will read there is no vitamin A in plant foods. What's in the plant foods is the precursors, the carotenes, and the FDA allows the food companies to call these vitamin A because otherwise it would be painfully obvious that the dietary guidelines, the diet recommended by our government, is completely devoid of vitamin A. But there's no vitamin A in plant foods. What's in the plant foods are the carotenes. The carotene is a large molecule that can be converted into vitamin A. It happens in the intestines of animals and humans. It is a very difficult conversion. It requires splitting the molecule and adding oxygen. So it's a highly enzymatic conversion. And many people just do not have these enzymes. One study of European women found that 50% of European women lack the enzyme to make vitamin A. But even if you have that enzyme, it's a difficult conversion. Animals do this very well. They spend their whole lives converting carotenes to vitamin A and storing it in their fat. But it's difficult for humans to do. In order to convert carotenes, first of all, we need fats in the diet. This conversion takes place in the presence of bile, and if you're not eating fats, you're not secreting bile. This is why we put cream in our soup and butter on our carrots, because it tastes better that way. But also, if you are able to make this conversion, you need those fats to do it. Thyroid hormones are involved, enzymes, many of which are still unknown, and vitamin E. The key point here is that this conversion and storage is very difficult or impossible for babies and children. Just like babies and children cannot make their own cholesterol, they cannot convert carotenes to vitamin A. And if you give squash or carrots to a baby, they'll turn orange, but they're not going to make vitamin A from those carotenes. They need the preformed, the true vitamin A. This is why we recommend egg yolks and liver as the first weaning foods for babies, because they need a lot of vitamin A because they're growing. Diabetics is another group of people who cannot make this conversion. And yet, what type of diet do we put diabetics on? Low-fat diet, right? I'm not saying that vitamin A can cure diabetes, but we had a diabetic in our family. never on insulin, never had retina problems, never had healing problems. What's the other problem with diabetes? Healing. And kidney, didn't have any kidney problems. These are the three main side effects of diabetes. They're actually the indicators of vitamin A deficiency. So diabetics really need to be on a lot of true vitamin A. Then if you have poor thyroid function, poor liver function, gut problems like Dr. Natasha talks about, many additives in the food, all these make it difficult to convert and store vitamin A. If you're exposed to a lot of pesticides and other toxins, the reason these things are toxic is because they interfere with vitamin A. So if you work in a hairdresser or a print shop or your neighbor is spraying Roundup, you need more vitamin A. And it will make it difficult to absorb and convert it. And even just eating a lot of carotene, well, your body will actually cut down on the amount of vitamin A it makes. So even under optimal conditions, plant sources of carotenes cannot supply sufficient vitamin A for optimal health. You really need the preformed vitamin A from the animal foods. Vitamin A is so critical for almost everything that goes on in the body. We need vitamin A for protein assimilation. Not only for calcium and minerals, but we need it for protein. So what happens when you eat lean meat, skinless chicken breasts, egg whites without the yolks, skim milk, or a protein powder? Your body says, protein. I need vitamin A to use this protein, and the body goes to the liver where it stores vitamin A. And the quickest way to deplete your body of this critical nutrient is to eat a high-protein, low-fat diet. And the worst of all are the protein powders because they're so concentrated in protein. There's many, many other problems with the protein powders. They are quite toxic, but the main problem is that they deplete vitamin A. And traditional cultures understood this. They never ate meat without the fat. We need vitamin A for proper growth and prevention of birth defects. Now, when conception takes place and the embryo starts to grow, the first cells in that embryo are stem cells. They're undifferentiated cells. And then these cells start to get signals that tell them what type of cell to become. The first signals are for heart cells. That's the first organ to start forming in the embryo, in the fetus. And so these stem cells get a signal, and that says you become heart cells. And then more signals, and you become lung cells or bone cells or whatever. What is giving the signal to the stem cells to differentiate? It is vitamin A. Vitamin A is the concert master of fetal development. And this just shows the amazing wisdom of primitive people. They eat these sacred foods, all of which are rich in vitamin A, 6 months before conception. Because as soon as you conceive, your requirements for vitamin A go up. And you don't even know you're pregnant till you're 3 weeks pregnant. By that time, the heart has already started to form. And if you don't have enough vitamin A, either the heart will have a defect or you'll have a miscarriage. So you can see the amazing wisdom of these primitive people to eat these vitamin A-rich foods before conception. We need vitamin A for the entire endocrine system, including the thyroid gland. Somebody was asking me about thyroid problems. You cannot make thyroid hormones without vitamin A. You cannot make immune cells without vitamin A. You cannot make sex hormones without vitamin A. And vitamin A is critical for healthy eyes, skin, and bones. We think of vitamin D for the bones, but you need vitamin A for the bones as well. Energy production in the mitochondria is completely dependent on vitamin A. And finally, the ability to plan and complete tasks is dependent on vitamin A. And lots of things make us happy in this world, our jobs, our families, great sex, whatever it is, good food. But what really gives lasting happiness and purpose to our lives is planning and completing tasks. And we need vitamin A to do that. We call cholesterol the mother of all hormones because all of the sex hormones are made out of cholesterol, including testosterone. You guys want to take statin drugs? Lower your cholesterol? Seriously? Okay. And to make these conversions from cholesterol, you need vitamin A for every conversion. This is why vitamin A is so important for anyone suffering from hormonal problems. My philosophy is you don't give the hormones, you give the vitamin A, and the body will know which hormones to make. On the right-hand side, we have the adrenal cortex hormones. They're made in the adrenal glands. And these have many roles. They regulate mineral metabolism. They keep our blood sugar stable. It's not just the pancreas involved in blood sugar levels. It's also the adrenal cortex hormones. They regulate blood pressure, and they're needed for healing and dealing with stress. These, again, are made out of cholesterol and require vitamin A for every one of these conversions. If you're under a lot of stress, you need more vitamin A so you can deal with this stress. These are photographs from Dr. Price's book. These were experiments in Texas. They took pigs that were normal and mated them and removed all vitamin A from the diet, and the pigs were born blind with a petrified optic nerve. Then they took the blind pigs and mated them. A few of the sows got pregnant, and these sows had normally sighted pigs. So here is a birth defect that's usually called genetic. It's not genetic at all. It's nutritional. So vitamin A is depleted by stress, but nobody here is ever under any stress, right? We don't have to worry about this one. No. We're all under stress, lots of stress. When you have enough vitamin A in your diet, stress is exhilarating. You'd be bored without stress. You'd be truly bored without stress. But if you don't have enough vitamin A in your diet, every little thing is going to be stressful for you. It's hard to get through the day when small things make you very stressed. Too much dietary protein, we talked about this, will deplete vitamin A. Cold weather, fever and illness, and it's important for children to have fevers. Fevers play an important role in the development of children. But fever does deplete vitamin A. And if a child has a very high fever and doesn't have enough vitamin A, they can end up with seizures or even blindness. So we definitely want to make sure our children are allowed to have fevers, but while they have a fever, they get their cod liver oil or their egg yolks or a little pate or chicken liver, whatever. Physical exertion depletes vitamin A. This is why our athletes burn out. And exposure to toxins. This is why toxins are toxic, because they interfere with vitamin A. There are over 80 scientific papers on the way vitamin A protects us against dioxins. I mentioned that most traditional cultures were exposed to a lot of smoke in their huts and their houses. Also, they burned their fields. Fire was the number one tool for agriculture, and yet they didn't have lung disease. And that's because they were getting plenty of vitamin A in their diet. Exposure to toxins is unavoidable. Of course, we want to minimize it. But if you're getting plenty of vitamin A, you have the ability to deal with these toxins. All right, let's look at vitamin D. The myth about vitamin D is that to get adequate vitamin D, all we have to do is go out in the sun for about 10 minutes every day, expose your hands and face, you'll get all the vitamin D you need. This is absolutely wrong. We only make vitamin D from our skin when the sunlight's directly overhead. In this part of the world, that's in July and August at midday. And I think that's a great thing to do, to lie naked in the sun at midday. But for most of us, this is very impractical. And it's certainly not something that traditional people did. They went in the shade at midday. They weren't so foolish as to go out and work in the sun at midday. They got their vitamin D from food. But the vitamin D people say, oh, you can't get vitamin D from food. You have to take our vitamin D pills, see. But there's plenty of food sources for vitamin D. It's just that these are the foods they don't want us to eat. So fish liver oils, of course, like cod liver oil. Fish eggs are just powerhouses of vitamin D. Shellfish, oily fish, there's those insects again. But here's our list over here. Butter, egg yolks, organ meats, the fat of birds and pigs, and blood is also a great source of vitamin D if these animals are outside in the sunlight. Like vitamin A, vitamin D is needed for just about everything, not just healthy bones, but proper growth, absorbing minerals, muscle tone. You don't have to work out a lot if you're getting plenty of vitamin D in your food. You'll have good muscles. Healthy skin, we need vitamin D to produce insulin. I'm thinking of the question last night about diabetes. We need vitamin D for the nervous system. We make feel-good chemicals out of vitamin D, and vitamin D is associated with longevity. I have a few photographs from Africa here in Washington, D.C., where I lived for many years. We had a lot of Africans. My husband had a lot of friends from Africa, and you just struck by what beautiful teeth they have and wide palates. And I've often asked them, well, what did you eat growing up? And, what kind of animal foods? Well, we didn't have a lot of animal foods. We never got meat. What did you eat? Well, we ate frogs. We ate insects. Typical African foods include the shrimp paste, which is added to food. That's very rich in vitamin D. The red palm oil is full of carotenes, and I suspect that Africans are very good converters of carotenes into vitamin A. I took these photographs in Zimbabwe. The one on the left is dried insects. These are added to soups and stews. And on the right, dried whole fish would include the head, so it'd be very rich in vitamin A. This is not a diet that's high in protein or plant foods, or animal foods, excuse me. But the animal foods that they're using are extremely nutrient dense and provide the fat-soluble activators. So the protein is used very efficiently. We can survive on a low-protein diet as long as we're getting all of the activators. The problem is that these are not foods that are very palatable to Westerners. So in America and in the West, we got our vitamins A and D from other foods, starting with butter, eggs. Americans ate 3 times more eggs per person in 1900 than they do today. And these came from chickens that were outside. Cheese, cream, dairy foods from pastured animals. We had a huge dairy, I don't want to say industry, but America was a dairying country, and everybody had these wonderful dairy foods. We also took cod liver oil right up to the Second World War, and Americans got liver and other organ meats in various ways, in sausage, pate, liverwurst, scrapple, liver and onions. Americans ate their liver. So this is how we got these vitamins. So which will it be? Skinless chicken breasts? If you eat dark meat with the skin, you'll get some vitamin A there. But if you eat the chicken livers, look how much higher they are in vitamin A. Americans cooked in lard. Lard is an excellent source of vitamin D, especially if these pigs are outside in the woods. We stopped using lard after 1913 when Crisco came out, and there was a huge advertising campaign to make women stop using lard and use Crisco instead. Crisco is partially hydrogenated cottonseed oil. And there was a book published, The Story of Crisco, in which they claimed that women who used Crisco instead of lard were more modern, they were more enlightened, their houses were cleaner, they smelled better, and they would have children of better character if they used Crisco instead of lard. It was the most amazing advertising campaign. They knew how to push all the buttons of the up-and-coming American housewife. And they created the impression that it was vulgar to eat lard and sinful to eat butter. And I've had many people tell me they had to get over their feeling of guilt for eating butter until they could get into our diet. Love this old ad. They're happy because they eat lard. And it's true, because the vitamin D in lard helps the body make neurochemicals that protect against depression. We have this little, you can get this at our table. Look at it carefully. This is the salivation army We battle for the lard. Okay, there was a third fat-soluble vitamin, which Dr. Price called Activator X. Sometimes they call it the Price factor. And for many years, we did not know what this vitamin was. Dr. Price found that it was a potent catalyst for vitamin and mineral absorption. He always gave cod liver oil to his patients, but he also gave them a source of this Price factor, which was in what he called butter oil. It was centrifuge butter that just got the oil. And he got much better results from his cod liver oil if he also gave the Price factor. He found that it was an important factor in the growth of children. It had potent curative powers, and it was found in the sacred foods of the traditional cultures, especially in the butter from cows eating rapidly growing green grass, also in fish eggs, shellfish, etc. The basis is green-growing plants, which have some unknown factor that the animals transform and store in certain fatty tissues, and all healthy primitive groups had a source of this Price factor. So for years, we were just scratching our heads, what is this Price factor? And we finally figured out that it's vitamin K2. It fits all the descriptions. It's the animal form of K1, the plant form. So the animals eat the grass, which has K1, and they make K2. K2 plays a very important role in growth, especially in facial development, and a sign of deficiency is the underdevelopment of the middle third of the face. It's needed for the deposition of phosphorus and calcium in the bones and teeth. If you have a lot of vitamin K in your saliva, you don't get cavities. That's what prevents cavities. It's not fluoride. It's vitamin K in the saliva. At the same time, it prevents calcification and inflammation of the arteries. So it basically tells the calcium and phosphorus where to go. It keeps it out of the soft tissues and puts it in the hard tissues where it belongs. It's involved in the synthesis of myelin. It's very important for learning capacity, for keeping your brain in tip-top condition, and it's vital for normal reproduction. These three vitamins work together. Vitamins A and D tell the cells to make certain proteins, and then vitamin K activates the proteins after this signaling. This is why we need to get these vitamins from food and not in separate supplements. If you take vitamin A in a supplement, you're going to get a deficiency of D and K2. If you take too much D, you're going to get a deficiency of vitamin A and K2. I can't stress enough, we need to get these vitamins from food. I thought I'd add a slide about symptoms of vitamin D overload. Especially during COVID, people started taking huge amounts of vitamin D. This is synthetic vitamin D. Some people were taking up to 10,000 units a day. This is a recipe for vitamin A depletion. And there are formulas that give you D3 and K2 together, but it's the wrong kind of K2. It's the kind of the plant form. It's actually a fermented form. It's not the X factor. So again, I just can't stress enough that you need to get these vitamins from food and not from separate supplements. One of the first signs of taking too much vitamin D is kidney problems, kidney stones, and bone loss and depression. So please throw away your vitamin D. So what vitamin K does, supported by vitamins A and D, is it prevents the closing of the growth plates prematurely. And on the right, you see the long bones in the arm, and there's growth plates at the end of each bone, of these long bones. And if they close too soon, the arms and legs won't be long. You won't grow tall. So the vitamin K keeps those growth plates open until the growth is complete. We also have growth plates in the maxilla, right here, on either side of the face. And vitamins A and D prevent them from closing prematurely so that the face grows wide as the child grows. So it's very, very important for facial structure. Where do we get vitamin K? K2. Well, the highest food ever tested was bear fat. And that was a sacred food among the Native American. If any couple did not get pregnant, they went on the bear fat diet, and they ate nothing but bear fat for a month, and it always solved the problem. So if you're having trouble conceiving, get somebody to get you some bear fat. Sources that are available to us, the emu oil that's being sold here is a great source of vitamin K2. Also high vitamin butter oil that's being sold here. These are basically supplements. Any kind of poultry liver or fat. So goose liver, goose fat, duck fat. Chicken liver is also good. Aged cheeses are a good source of vitamin K. Egg yolk from pastured chickens, butter. Lard is a surprising source of vitamin K. And fatty meat. So again, it's our same list of foods. All the foods we need to get back into our diets. These are sacred foods. This is a photograph taken by Dr. Price. She's holding some dried fish eggs in her hand. And beautiful broad face. He took this picture at 12,000 feet in the Andes. And they carried these dried fish eggs up in their backpacks. And when he asked them why they went to such trouble to dry these fish eggs and bring them up to the Andes, they said, we need these fish eggs to have healthy babies. Fish eggs were a fertility food in many, many cultures. And of course, they're loaded with the fat-soluble vitamins, also zinc, iodine, special fatty acids. They're perfect food for healthy reproduction. We do recommend taking cod liver oil. And Dr. Price also gave it with this butter oil, which he made by centrifuging butter to just get the oil fraction, which was rich in the X factor, vitamin K. And he found this as a very useful combination to treat all kinds of problems, tooth decay, bone and growth problems, etc. How much cod liver oil should we take? You want a balance between A and D. You want about 10 times more A than D, approximately. And the maintenance dose gives you about 10,000 A and 1,000 D per day. We think it should be doubled for pregnancy and lactation. You can take a lot more for a short period if you're recovering from illness or surgery. And babies and children, 5,000 A and 500 D. How do you take this awful stuff? I never give it on a spoon. I put my cod liver oil and my butter oil or my emu oil in a small glass. I add hot water, I stir around and down the hatch. When my kids were little, I put it in fresh juice for them. My cowboys had to come up to the bar and have their whiskey, their cowboy whiskey, every morning. Books on infant feeding before 1950 recommended 2 teaspoons of cod liver oil for babies 3 months and older. So right up to the Second World War and after, it was given to babies starting at 3 months. Cod liver oil works synergistically with saturated fat. That's another reason why it's good with the butter oil or butter from grass-fed cows. And we do recommend taking the butter oil or emu oil while you're pregnant and nursing. It's about balance. The cod liver oil gives you A and D. The poultry and animal fats give you K2. You want to balance the unsaturated fats in cod liver oil with the saturated fats in animal foods. And EPA and DHA are in the cod liver oil. Arachidonic acid is in the animal foods. We're going to go into these in more detail in a moment. So take cod liver oil in the context of a diet that includes butter, animal fats, egg yolks, and organ meats. It's easy to give cod liver oil to kids. And then they usually take the syringe and lick it. It's really not hard. It's an old ad for Squibb's cod liver oil. Your baby, give him the help he needs to build a well-shaped head, a strong back, straight, strong back, sound, even teeth. Daily use is important. The main reason cod liver oil was recommended before the Second World War was for infectious disease, so-called infectious disease, for measles and things like this. But they also recognized that the cod liver oil was important for growth. And here's an old ad about a kid who's kind of gotten into a funk. He's tired all the time. He's not doing well in school. Said his growing young body is crying aloud for essentials in which his diet is deficient. And then they say they need A and D to correct growth and resistance to common childhood diseases and for strong bones and teeth. And this was a Dust Bowl camp for refugees, 1938. They're giving the cod liver oil to the children. That all went away after the Second World War. Key nutrients for brain development, same ones, A, D, and K. Choline is important for making glial cells in the brain. We get that from liver and egg yolks. DHA we get from the seafoods, butter and egg yolks, arachidonic acid from animal fats, zinc from red meat and shellfish, and cholesterol. These are all critical for brain development. And again, it's the same foods we're seeing over and over again. Egg yolks, cod liver oil, animal fats, butter, organ meats. No food is higher in nutrients than liver. It is the most nutrient-dense food. Look at phosphorus, for example. It's much higher than red meat, but look at it compared to apples and carrots. You can see from this chart why the vegetarian diet is going to be deficient for you. And eventually you will get serious deficiencies. Look at vitamin A, a little bit in red meat, lots in liver, none in apples and carrots. There's actually more vitamin C in liver than there is in apples and carrots. And if you look down at B12 and B6, two really important nutrients, if you're on a budget and can't afford red meat, if you eat liver once a week, you'll be getting as much B6 and B12 as if you're eating red meat with every meal. So it's the ideal poverty food. Somebody found this article from the 1940s. Liver should be served at least once a week. The doctors told the moms to eat liver and serve liver to their families. We had a film crew at our house recently, and they were the nicest people, and they all had beautiful straight teeth. And I got to ask, I thought, these are kind of people from all over, and they were young people, they hadn't heard of Weston Price. So I got to asking them about their diets, and they hadn't grown up on raw milk. They hadn't gotten cod liver oil. But they had all eaten liver as children. In fact, one of them said, my mom was a terrible cook. Our diet was horrible, but she loved liver, and we got liver once or twice a week. So there's an easy way to give good facial development to your children. Eat liver. Calcium. Now, Dr. Price found that the primitive diets contained at least 1,500 milligrams of calcium per day. So I'm assuming that's what we need. You can get that from 5 cups of whole milk, and that's 805 calories, or 78 ounces of cheese, 900 calories. You can get your calcium from carrots. You need 40 carrots a day. How many of you could eat 40 carrots a day? Seriously. Mm-hmm. And that's 1,600 calories. If you want to get your calcium from ice cream, a lot of people do get their calcium from ice cream. That's 5 cups of vanilla ice cream, that's 2,300 calories. 32 chocolate cupcakes, 4,000 calories. Almonds are a very good source of calcium. You have to eat 4.5 cups a day to get your 1,500 milligrams. That's over 4,000 calories, and 78 slices of whole wheat bread. This is what we mean by nutrient density, is getting what you need at the lowest level of calories. And as you can see, the best source of calcium is whole milk or cheese. Okay, fourth principle. All traditional cultures cooked. This is what human beings do. We cook. That's all traditional cultures cooked. Some or even most of their food, even the Eskimos cook their food. The word Eskimo means eater of raw meat, but they usually ate raw fish when they were out hunting, but they wanted a cooked meal when they came back to the igloo. But they always ate some of their animal foods raw. Examples of raw animal foods include raw milk, butter, and cream, Raw cheese, so that's a good way to get your raw animal foods if you don't want to eat raw meat. Raw and marinated fish, raw shellfish such as oysters, and traditional ethnic raw meat dishes such as steak tartare, carpaccio, and kibbeh. I find it very interesting that every European nation has at least one raw meat dish that they eat at least occasionally. Why do we need raw animal foods? One reason is that this is our best way to get B6, very important nutrient. B6 is very fragile, destroyed by heat. And symptoms of B6 deficiency include diabetes and heart disease, and kidney failure, cancer, problems of pregnancy. Alcoholism is very much associated with B6 deficiency. The alcoholic needs to eat some raw meat and raw milk. In the spirit of full disclosure, I am a cheesemaker. But I like to point out that raw cheese is a perfect food. If you were abandoned on a desert island and only could have one food, the ideal food for you would be raw cheese. It's got everything in it: calcium, phosphorus, all the B vitamins, vitamin C, all the fat-soluble activators, and it's also a great probiotic food. Fifth principle, high levels of enzymes and beneficial bacteria in healthy traditional diets. Excuse me a minute. So I have these guys in turbans and robes because the enzymes are kind of the magic workers in our bodies. There are thousands of enzymes. Most of them are metabolic enzymes made by all the cells in our bodies. And a lot of these enzymes have to do with detoxification. I am not a big believer in punishing fasts. I think there's something kind of medieval about them. But if you're healthy, your body is constantly doing house cleaning, constantly making detoxification enzymes. Then there are the digestive enzymes. There are about 22 of these. They're made by the pancreas and the salivary glands, and this is what we use to digest our food. And finally, we do have enzymes in certain unheated foods, amylases for digesting carbohydrates, lipases for digesting fats, and proteases for digesting proteins. Now, if we eat a diet that has no food enzymes in it, your body actually has to work harder to produce the pancreatic enzymes. And they did this experiment with dogs. See, a dog really understands enzyme nutrition. He'll go out and bury a piece of meat and let it get rotten, full of enzymes, breakdown products, and then he'll eat the meat. But they took these dogs and only gave them cooked food, and they were on cement floors, and so they had no enzymes in their diet. And they did an autopsy, and they found that these dogs, the salivary glands and the pancreas enlarged, okay, because they were working harder to digest the food. And when certain organs in the diet expand, other organs shrink, and in these dogs, the organs that shrank were the sex organs in the brain. So if you want to be smart and have a good sex life, you need some enzymes in your diet. Enzymes are destroyed at 118 degrees wet heat, 150 degrees dry heat. So you do need some of these raw foods in your diet. Dairy products, of course, raw dairy products are loaded with enzymes. That's the beauty of raw dairy products. Raw meat and fish, raw honey is a great source of amylases for digesting carbohydrates. Tropical fruits are an interesting source of proteases, and they're often eaten with proteins because they help digest proteins. One tribe that Dr. Price described in the Amazon only ate meat with bananas. Now, there's this idea that we shouldn't eat fruit with meat, but they wouldn't eat the meat unless they had it with bananas. Cold-pressed oils, such as olive oil, wine, and unpasteurized beer, but what we're really interested in is the lacto-fermented foods. Fermented foods. Without exception, all traditional cultures had fermented foods. Fermented vegetables such as sauerkraut and pickles. Meats like salami is a fermented food. Dairy products. Chutneys were fermented foods. Fish, they fermented fish like the Eskimos did. And beverages such as kombucha. So there's many ways to get these enzyme-rich foods into our diets. At the same time, these foods provide us with beneficial bacteria that help us with digestion. You know, we live in interesting times. We've seen a complete paradigm shift when it comes to bacteria. The old view was that the healthy human body is sterile and microbes attack us, and that's what makes us sick. And there was this huge emphasis on sterility. The new paradigm, we now recognize that the healthy human body lives in symbiotic relationship with these microorganisms, and that if we're healthy, we have 6 pounds of good bacteria in our digestive tract. These help digest our food, assist in assimilation. They create vitamins. They protect us against toxins. 85% of our immune system is good bacteria in the gut. And they create feel-good chemicals. They help us feel good. So we now know that without good bacteria, we are dead. We couldn't live without them. These are some recipes from Nourishing Traditions. Different types of sauerkraut, pickled beets, pickled fruit. Peach chutney is one of them, apple butter. Many, many foods can be fermented. And you know, there is more good bacteria in a spoonful of sauerkraut that you eat with your meals than in a whole bottle of probiotic pills. So again, we're saying get your probiotics from your food. Eat a little sauerkraut every day. It's easy to make, and now there's many, many people selling these lacto-fermented foods. And we have the beverages now, too, especially kombucha. And there's kefirs coming out. Beet kvass is very easy to make. So these are the healthy soft drinks. That's why we say there's no renunciation on our diet. You can have soft drinks. You just want soft drinks that are providing you with good probiotics. Africa is the land of fermented beverages. The various beers, they're very low alcohol, high lactic acid beers, full of good bacteria, and this is one of the things that contributes to the good health of traditional African people. Okay, sixth principle has to do with grains. Nuts, seeds, grains, legumes, and nuts. How many of you have problems with grains? Quite a few. I do too. The reason being is that grains are extremely hard to digest. They're designed to be hard to digest. They have a kind of coating around them that's full of substances that are hard to digest. Grains are very high in enzyme inhibitors. Now, we just learned how important enzymes were. You don't want to eat enzyme inhibitors that block your digestion. You know, I'm going to need a stool. Yeah. Okay, they were supposed to have it here, but thank you. No, I'm fine. I'm fine for now, but I won't last. Phytic acid is something that blocks mineral absorption. That's very high in grains. Tannins and lectins are irritants. Starches and sugars in grains are very hard for humans to digest. Gluten, it can be toxic to some people, and cellulose is impossible to digest. And these are all in grains. Now, we saw that many cultures use grains, but only after very careful preparation to get rid of these anti-nutrients. The herbivore, the animal that eats grains and grasses, has anywhere from 2 to 4 stomachs, very complex digestive system, and at least one of these stomachs is acting as a holding tank to ferment these grains. They can't eat them either, or they can't digest them either. They have to ferment them. And animals have fermentation tanks inside of them, but not humans. The human stomach has many variations, large and small, but it's a simple stomach. And the human stomach is actually designed for the first step in digesting meat. It has nothing to do with any kind of other digestion. So we need to pre-digest our grains outside of our bodies before we eat them. The monkey, the ape that's the same size as a man, he has a lot more area in there for digestion. and he's inoculated by his mother with special bacteria and so forth as an infant so that he can eat shoots and leaves, okay? But humans can't do that. So the proper preparation of seed foods imitates the factors in nature that neutralize the seed's preservatives and allow it to sprout. So if you think of a seed as having this plastic coating on it, okay? And that's all the preservatives that keep everything inside that seed fresh until it's time to sprout. So it's an amazing system. But you don't want to eat preservatives, not even natural preservatives. So there's 4 factors that help the seed neutralize these preservatives and let it sprout. They're moisture, warmth, slight acidity, and time. And here's a perfect example. This is the Cherokee bread. The Cherokee woman has cooked the cornmeal, but she doesn't eat the cornmeal until she's fermented it for 2 weeks. She wraps it in a corn husk and sets it aside for 2 weeks. That's how the Cherokees ate their corn, as a fermented food. That's the original tamale. It was fermented cornmeal. Then they would take that fermented cornmeal and flatten it against a hot rock. That was the tortilla. Or they would add it to water to make a fermented beverage. We'll talk more about grains and how to prepare them this afternoon, but I do want to say something about soy foods because the soybean is really a toxic bean. It's extremely high in phytic acid and protease inhibitors that can cause all kinds of digestive problems. And the thing about the soybean is that they're not easily gotten rid of. You can't just soak them or ferment them for a short time. They have to be fermented for sometimes up to 3 years. Isoflavones in soy are a estrogen-like substance that cause endocrine disruption, and they block thyroid function. We correspond with a lot of prisoners in the state of Illinois and Indiana. They only get soy foods in their diet. It destroys their health. The first thing that happens is it destroys their digestion. They get constipation that feels like concrete in the bowels. It blocks thyroid function. They get very tired. They grow breasts. And they either end up with thyroid cancer or colon cancer. It's actually unconstitutional what's happening. The Constitution forbids cruel and unusual punishment. And that's what this is. Lectins in soy are particularly irritating. Oxalates, soy is really high in oxalates that cause kidney stones. The prisoners have described stones in many parts of their bodies. And manganese can cause brain damage in infants. It's very high in soy. So I just want to stress that the traditionally prepared soy foods are fermented for a long time and they're consumed in very small amounts in the traditional diet. Now, things have changed in Asia. And they're eating a lot more soy foods than they used to because they're being told, well, Asians eat soy foods. But that wasn't the case. It was very small amounts. It was used as a flavoring. What we're seeing today are the industrially prepared soy foods, which are being pushed in very large amounts. I can't stress enough, these are imitation foods. You could not make these in your own kitchen. And they're packaged and sold in the same shelves in the supermarket as the real foods. Average consumption of soy in Asia and Japan and China is very low, up to 2 tablespoons per day in Japan and only 2 teaspoons in China. It's used as a flavoring, as a condiment, and not as a major source of calories. In animals, feeding a lot of soy has caused infertility, thyroid disease, liver disease, reproductive problems in various species of animals. I testified once at the FDA against soy formula and showed this slide, and somebody said, oh, well, yeah, but that's just animals. It's not humans. So which will it be, soy milk or real milk? We'll talk about real milk this afternoon. But the soy milk has synthetic vitamin D, emulsifiers, refined sweeteners, and 1 cup of soy milk has a toxic dose of estrogens, 45 milligrams per cup. That's twice what's in the daily average of the Japanese diet, plus all of the other anti-nutrients. And the idea that we would give a soy-based baby formula to our babies is an indictment of everything that our society has become, that anyone would think this was appropriate for babies. Babies receive a daily dose of estrogens 10 times greater as a function of body weight than the levels in Asian diets. It's horrendous. Gerber used to make a meat formula. For babies who couldn't do the milk formula, they made a meat formula. But that was expensive. And so then they switched to the soy formula. We have resources, the whole soy story for sale at my table. A great little flyer from Weston A. Price. Keep a few in your purse. You see somebody with soy foods in their grocery cart, just hand them the flyer. You don't have to be confrontational. You just say, you might want to read this. And we have a huge section of resources on our website. All right, seventh principle. This gets us into some information about fats and oils. How much fat should we eat? There was a great variation in traditional diets. In some of the African diets, it was only 30% of calories. In the Eskimo diet, it was 80% of calories. So you're going to just have to figure out what works for you. Most of us find that a high-fat diet works better. When I analyzed my diet, it was 60 to 70% of calories as fat. But if you don't do well in a high-fat diet, if the fats make you nauseous, you still need those fat-soluble activators, one way or another. You have to eat more like an African diet. But one thing that's consistent across the board in these traditional diets is only about 4% of calories come from polyunsaturated fatty acids. So I'm going to have to give you a little chemistry lesson now so we know what is meant by polyunsaturated fatty acids. How many people know what that is? A fatty acid is just a fat molecule. Okay, so there's part of it right there. So this is what our fat molecules look like. They're just chains of carbon. The top one is 16 carbons long. This is the type of fat that's in palm oil. It's called palmitic acid. And the one below that is 18 carbons long. That's the kind of fat that's in beef, animal fats. It's called stearic acid. So they're named so that you can remember them. These are saturated fatty acids because every carbon is hooked to two hydrogens. We say they're fully saturated with hydrogen. That's what we mean by a saturated fat. The saturated fat molecules are straight and very stable. They don't break down at all. The next one we see is oleic acid. I'm sure you can guess that that's what's in olive oil, but we find oleic acid in lots of other places too, such as butter and meat fats, chicken fat. And you can see that there's two hydrogens missing there in the middle. And instead, the carbons are double bonded to each other. And we call this a monounsaturated fatty acid. That's what monounsaturated means. It's just one blank spot there. And if you count the carbons from the right to where that double bond is, there's 9 of them. And that's the omega number. So that third fat molecule there is 18 carbons, 1 double bond, and its omega number is 9. Next one is called linoleic acid. It's got 2 double bonds, 18 carbons, 2 double bonds, and the omega number is 6 because the first double bond is 6 from the right. You may have heard about omega-6 fatty acids. Now you know what they are. Okay. And the next one is our omega-3 fatty acid. The first double bond is 3 carbons from the right. It's got 3 double bonds, so it's 18 carbons, 3 double bonds, and the omega number is 3. And finally, I'll just show you this example of arachidonic acid, which is an omega-6 fatty acid with 4 double bonds. Okay? So now you know more about fats than 99% of the people in the world. This is what they look like. The stearic acid, the saturated fats are straight molecules. They pack together easily, and that's why saturated fats tend to be solid at room temperature. because the molecules are straight. The oleic acid, where there's one double bond, there's a little kink there, and that's makes them liquid. You can put them in the fridge. They will get semi-solid, but the monounsaturated fatty acids are liquid at room temperature. Semi-solid in the fridge, but liquid at room temperature. And the next two are polyunsaturated. So you have saturated, monounsaturated, and then polyunsaturated. Have two or more double bonds. And everywhere you have a double bond, you have a little twist. Okay? So they're very kinky molecules, and they don't pack together easily, and they'll be liquid even in the refrigerator. The important thing to know is that saturated fats are stable. They don't break down. You can heat them. You can expose them to air. You can leave a tub of tallow or lard on your counter, and it'll be safe a year later because they're very stable. And that's what you want when you eat fats. You want stability. The monounsaturated fats are also fairly stable. You can actually cook in them. But the polyunsaturates are extremely unstable. And if they're heated or exposed to oxygen, those little hydrogens sticking out there can get broken off, and they break down. They break down into what's called aldehydes. One of the aldehydes that you probably have heard of is formaldehyde. These are very dangerous breakdown products in the body. The linoleic and the linolenic acid are also called essential fatty acids because our body can't make them. It's kind of an unfortunate label because it implies that the saturated and monounsaturated aren't important, aren't essential. But the thing is, we need so much saturated fat in our bodies that we have a backup plan. And that backup plan is that we can make saturated fat out of carbohydrates. So just because you're eating a high-carb diet doesn't mean you're getting plenty of saturated fats. The thing is, you're not getting all the good nutrients with the carbs. So one way or another, your body is going to make saturated fats. The most dangerous diet is the paleo diet, where it's lean meat and no fats and no carbs. That is a diet that will kill you very quickly if you can stay on it. Mostly you can't stay on it. So I think of these polyunsaturated oils as having little knives stick out. Okay? They're really dangerous in the body. We need them in very small amounts, but anything more and they're really going to be dangerous for us. On the left, we have a healthy artery, smooth and pink. This is a coronary artery. You see those little globs of fat in there? That's saturated fat. Your heart has a lot of saturated fat in it because that's the most energetic fat. That's what your heart wants. And then on the right, you have a damaged artery. It looks like fried chicken. What causes that damage? That's the kind of damage that polyunsaturates cause. Like, think of those little knives going around causing damage in your arteries. And then you get scar tissue. There's also the shorter chain fatty acids that we get from butter and coconut oil. These are all saturated and they have many roles to play in the body. A triglyceride, by the way, is 3 fat molecules joined to a glycerol. That's all a triglyceride is. That's how fats come in nature. When we eat fats, our bodies break them down into the individual fatty acids and then put them together again, reconfigure them in the bloodstream as triglycerides. Let's see if I just, let's see. Yeah, I'll go back. I just wanted to talk about the kind of fats that are in coconut oil. They can be very helpful for weight loss because they raise your body temperature. And they're never stored as fat. They're always used for energy. They're also very helpful in preventing cancer, and they kill candida and things like that in the gut. Okay, let's go back here. Oops. So there's our triglyceride. So who's afraid of saturated fat? None of you are afraid? Okay. We have been propagandized for the last 100 years that saturated fats are bad for us, that they cause heart disease, cancer, inflammation. They're even blaming diabetes now on saturated fat, and it's just all made up. None of it is true. Saturated fats play many critical roles in the body. At least 50% of our cell membranes should be saturated. Saturated fats help the body put calcium into the bones. We had this question last night. Lipoprotein little a marker for heart disease. Saturated fats lower them. Saturated fats are the preferred food for the heart. They protect the liver. They're highly protective of the liver. The lungs cannot function without saturated fats, and the kidneys cannot function without saturated fats. They support and enhance the immune system. The essential fatty acids, the omega-6 and the omega-3 essential fatty acids, we do need them in small amounts, and the saturated fats support them, put them in the tissues, and keep them there where they belong. Also, saturated fats are highly supportive of the body's detox mechanism. So here's some of my favorite studies. Children in school are given non-fat milk on the assumption that this is going to keep them from getting fat, but we have 2 studies showing that children on low-fat diets or low-fat milk have greater weight gain. Years ago, the USDA did a study on pigs to see which kind of foods would make the pigs gain weight. And when they fed them whole milk, the pigs lost weight. What made them gain weight was skim milk. When they fed them coconut oil, they lost weight. Okay, and yet this is what we're giving our children. And humans have a very similar digestive system compared to a pig. The next one was very embarrassing. It was done at Harvard, and they found that women drinking low-fat milk had fertility problems. They were very embarrassed by this study, and when it came out, they said, well, if you're having trouble getting pregnant, just eat, some whole milk and maybe some ice cream. And once you get pregnant, you can go back to your low-fat diet. I mean, shows such a lack of understanding of all the science that we've had in the last 100 years. And finally, the last one, and this is my favorite. A Swedish study showing that women using cheese and full-fat dairy had lower weight gain as they grew older. Now, by the way, it doesn't say no weight gain. It says lower weight gain. It is normal and healthy for women to gain weight when they go through menopause. This prevents them from being frail. It helps them not have nice, smooth skin. It makes their bones stronger. Gives them more muscles. Yeah, so, eating full-fat dairy and plenty of fats will prevent a lot of weight gain when you go through menopause, but there should be some weight gain. I always say if you can wear your prom dress when you're 50, you're too thin. The average size of women in America is size 14, a good, healthy size for a menopausal woman. These are some of the flavored milks that they're giving to our children for school lunches. They're based on spray-dried skim milk. These milks contain more sugar than sodas. It's just an abomination. And they also contain MSG, which contributes to weight gain. By the way, this is an example of the cell membrane. You can see those things that look like hairpins there. They should be mostly saturated fat, so the cell membranes are nice and robust, that there's not any leaks or holes in them. This was some advertisements done by the World Heart Federation comparing butter to razor blades and cheese to a mousetrap. They really don't want you to eat real foods. They want you to eat foods based on vegetable oils. And then we hear that saturated fats clog arteries. How many of you have heard that? Well, they did a study on the artery clogs, and these were the different compositions. So on the right, you have the adipose tissue. That's the fat tissue in your bodies. A little bit of saturated fat. Most of it's monounsaturated. This is why we caution women who want to lose weight from using a lot of olive oil, because it can cause weight gain. On the left is the plaque, and as you can see, the number one fatty acid in the plaque is omega-6. It's not saturated fat. So why aren't they saying omega-6 fatty acids cause weight, clog the arteries? 1965 study on fats, people who had already had a heart attack, so high risk, were divided into 3 groups. One group was given polyunsaturated corn oil or told to eat corn oil. One group was told to eat olive oil, and one group was told to eat saturated animal fats. After the corn oil group had lower cholesterol, but only 52% were alive after 2 years. And the olive oil group didn't do much better. Only 57% were alive after 2 years. By far, the best outcome was in the animal fat group, 75% alive after 2 years. And these were high-risk heart patients. And this is from Europe. The top graph shows the countries with the lowest saturated fat consumption. And on the right is the rates of heart disease. And then on the bottom, we have the countries with the highest saturated fat consumption. They have the lowest rates of heart disease. The bottom one is France. That's called the French paradox. But we also have a Swiss, Dutch, Icelandic, Belgian, Finnish, and Austrian paradoxes. So please don't be afraid of saturated fat. So every fat and oil that we eat is a combination of fatty acids, of fat molecules. These are the high oleic oils, like olive oil. You can see that on the left has a little bit of saturated and quite a bit of monounsaturated, and then a nice balance, actually, of omega-6 and omega-3. Next, we have peanut oil, sesame oil, and then we have high oleic sunflower oil, which has been bred to be more stable and have more monounsaturated. These are the animal fats. On the right is tallow. It's about 55% saturated. Tallow is going to be your best fat for frying. It's the most stable fat. And up until 1984, all the fast food chains in America used tallow. And those French fries tasted delicious. Right. Let's see, where am I? Okay. The middle one is lard. That's lower in saturated fat, but it's quite stable. It'll be softer than tallow. And then on the left is butter, which is actually about 65% saturated, but 11% of those are the short and medium chain fatty acids, the kind that you have in coconut oil. Butter is the perfect fatty acid profile, nice balance of omega-6 and omega-3, has all the fats that we need. These are the tropical oils. On the right is palm oil, which is about 50% saturated. Palm kernel oil comes from the nut in the palm. It's a very expensive specialized oil used in candy making. And then on the left you have your coconut oil, and you can see that very high percentage is the short and medium chain saturated fatty acids that raise your metabolism and don't make you gain weight. Okay, we're coming to the end. I don't know where she is, my little reminder, but we'll go a few minutes over if that's all right. My watch says we still have 10 minutes. Okay. So just to summarize, in the primitive diet, just about 4% of calories were polyunsaturated essential fatty acids. That's what the body is used to. It's what the body needs. These were in the foods, so they weren't rancid or broken down. In the modern diet, at least 20% of calories comes from these very unnatural polyunsaturated oils from rancid vegetable oils. And this, to me, is the number one problem with the Western diet. Here comes my stool. So this is where they're coming from. All of these industrial seed oils. And you can see that these seed oils do contain a little saturated fat, but they do something called winterization. They actually chill down these oils and they remove the saturated fat. So what you're getting, thank you so much, great. What you're getting is mostly omega-6 in these oils, almost pure omega-6 in these polyunsaturated oils. Here is a flow chart for how they are created. They go through at least 5 very high heatings, and then they have to be bleached and deodorized and everything. But remember, these are polyunsaturates, and they're very subject to breakdown when they're heated. So what you get in the end, you start with a black gunk that comes out of the seeds. It smells horrible. You end up with something that looks clean and nice in these bottles, and they put a kind of flavoring in it so it smells okay. But these are highly rancid when you get them, and then you're told to cook with them. Just couldn't be worse advice. Here is the consumption of polyunsaturated fatty acids in the U.S. since 1909. This alone can explain so many of the health problems we're having. And many health problems associated with the consumption of polyunsaturated oils, starting with cancer. They're highly carcinogenic. They cause heart disease, they cause wrinkles and premature aging, they disrupt immune system, they depress learning ability in animals, they cause liver damage. They're particularly damaging to the reproductive organs and the lungs, the two spots where we have the most cancer in this country. They cause digestive problems. They impair growth in children. You don't have to, boost your intake of essential fatty acids. If you are eating whole foods, you will get essential fatty acids in grains, nuts, animal fats, vegetables, anything you eat. And when they're in the foods, they're protected from the damage. It's bad. What's bad is when you take them out as an oil. Okay, 8th principle. Can you take a few more? Okay, I'd really like to finish before we go out. So, the 8th principle is nearly equal amounts of omega-6 and omega-3 fatty acids. That's what the primitive diet looked like on the left, about 4% total, 1.5% omega-3, 2.5% omega-6. The modern diet is almost 20% omega-6 and very little omega-3. This is a huge imbalance. What your body wants is about equal amounts of these two types of fatty acids. Part of the problem is the way we do our agriculture. On the left, we have free-range eggs, pastured eggs. Nice balance between omega-6 and omega-3. When you put your chickens in cages and give them corn, a lot of corn, you get almost all omega-6. Let's see. This is same with spinach. Salmon, farm salmon is going to look like what's on the right. And then free-range salmon is going to be a nice balance. A little bit of a misconception about beef, grass-fed versus grain-fed. Now, I'm all for grass-fed beef, but not because it's got more omega-3 or anything, because the differences is very small. What goes up when you feed grains are the monounsaturated fats. If you can look down the chart, you see the monounsaturated fats almost double in the fat. That's what happens when you grain feed. So it has very little to do with omega-6 and omega-3. Why grass-fed is best? There's more fat-soluble vitamins. They're in the fat. There's more CLA. It's an anti-cancer compound. That's in the fat. More minerals, and surprisingly, most of the minerals are in the fat. So to get the benefits of grass feeding, you need to eat the fat. And that's why we encourage our grass feeders to use breeds that will get fat on grass, because you want that fat. Oh, I got cut off here. This is from, anyone want to guess? Joy of Cooking, 1931. And this was the diagram for all of the cuts of beef. Look at all the fat on, or it's been rolled and wrapped in fat. So we wanted that fat also. Can we do a few more? Well, we can finish in about 10 minutes. We'll go to lunch. Okay. 9th principle, all traditional diets contain salt, either sea salt or salt from salt flats and mine salt. There was a lot of salt in America from salt springs, and there was a whole trading route of salt in America. In parts of Africa, they burnt the ashes of sodium-rich marsh grasses and add that to their food. Meat and milk products can be naturally salty, and some cultures drank the blood and urine of their animals to get salt. We need more salt with cooked foods. It's an enzyme activator. We need salt for protein digestion because the chloride portion of salt is what we use to make hydrochloric acid. If you're on a low-salt diet, you're going to have trouble digesting meat. And one of the things we found is a lot of parasites in people on low-salt diets because without the hydrochloric acid, the parasites get through. The sodium in salt activates enzymes for carbohydrate digestion. So there's a reason we have a salt taste in our mouth. The Creator did not put that there to torture us, but to make sure we put salt on our food. We need salt for the development of the brain. Very important for babies to get plenty of salt. Adrenal function, if you're under a lot of stress, you actually need more salt. You need salt for hormone production, including dopamine production. That's why it's very helpful when you're getting in bed at night to take a little pinch of salt. Put it under your tongue. It'll help you go to sleep. And salt is the basis of cellular metabolism. Traditional salt production just involved the evaporation of seawater, and it left all the minerals and magnesium, trace minerals in the salt. We figured out how to ruin our salt just like we ruin everything else by refining it and taking out all the trace minerals, and then it has an aluminum-based additive, so it will pour when it rains. So our salt should be gray, pink, or beige, indicating the presence of minerals. We have several great salts for sale at this conference. How much salt do we need? The adult requirement is 1.5 teaspoons per day. To get enough sodium and chloride, you need at least 1.5 teaspoons per day, and I think a lot of people need more. This is one good thing about living in the modern world. In many parts of the world in the past, getting enough salt was a real challenge. We have plentiful salt. And, you know, in the old days, withholding salt was used to control people. Anyway, the current consumption is 1.5 teaspoons. That's about what we need, but I do think some people need more. The government wants us to get only 3/4 teaspoon of salt per day. And you know how they're doing this? They're putting salt substitutes in the food. And you don't know, they taste salty, but you're not getting the salt you need. Salt consumption in 1900 was double that, 3 teaspoons per day. So, and people weren't having heart attacks and so forth. Okay, 10th principle, all traditional cultures made use of the bones, usually as a nourishing bone broth. We'll talk more about this afternoon. Bone broth supplies minerals in a form that's easy to assimilate, nutrients that help us build healthy collagen and cartilage. The broths help us detoxify. They help us digest our food. As Natasha will tell you, they help heal the digestive tract. And the glycine in broth regulates dopamine production in the body for mental and emotional health. So that's chicken soup for the soul. There's a reason that broth makes you feel good. They also help digestion. Raw foods are hydrophilic. They attract liquids, including digestive juices. Cooked foods are hydrophobic. They repel digestive juices. But when you add gelatin to a cooked meal, it attracts liquids, including digestive juices, and so you get full digestion. And gelatin in broth has been used for treating many diseases. Broth is really kind of a miracle food for healing. Anybody here ever get tired? Nobody gets tired? No. The solution to fatigue, and I learned this myself, is easy digestion. Our bodies have to spend about 30% of calories just on digestion alone. And anything that makes digestion easier is going to give you more energy. So that means raw dairy, not pasteurized. Pasteurized dairy is extremely hard to digest. Proper preparation of grains so that you've pre-digested those grains. lacto-fermented foods rich in enzymes and beneficial bacteria, and gelatin-rich bone broths. And I guarantee you, if you start incorporating these into your diet, give it a few months, and suddenly you will see how much more energy you have. Very calm, balanced energy throughout the day. Not the manic energy, but just good, steady energy. I promise you, you'll have more energy. 11th principle, traditional cultures made provisions for future generations. They fed special foods for parents-to-be, pregnant women, nursing women, and growing children. These foods were very rich in the fat-soluble activators, especially vitamin A. Also, they practiced the spacing of children. Especially in the South Seas in Africa, it was considered shameful to have a child more than once every 3 years. They had various ways of ensuring that this happened, but these were places that you could not escape. You didn't want to be shamed by your village because you were having children too close together. This practice is totally corroborated by the science. We now know that the ideal spacing for prevention of birth defects is 3 years, and the ideal spacing for the emotional development of the child is 3 years. What proper spacing does is allow the woman to recover her nutritional stores so that every child in the family is born with their birthright of full genetic inheritance, so to speak. And finally, they taught the principles of proper diet to the young. This is taken by Dr. Price. This woman has walked many miles to obtain a special food for the baby growing in her womb. It's a type of crab. She will eat this whole crab, including the yellow goop inside. It's full of vitamin K, by the way. She will take the shell and grind it up and add it to her food for calcium. It was just understood that you needed special foods for pregnancy. We come back to our American Beauty, her sister born just 15 months later. She's a lovely girl, but there's some narrowing of the face, a little crowding of the teeth. And this was the pattern that you saw in America. In the past, the older children had straight teeth, and then as the younger children had more narrow faces and crooked teeth. Now we're seeing the crooked teeth and narrow face in the first child. So unprepared are our mothers for having babies. This is the third and fourth child in an American family. They were not locked in a closet. They had a normal social life and did eat some junk food at their friends' houses, but they were protected by a very nutrient-dense diet at home, and they were spaced 3 years apart. This is our hope for the future. These are the children who are going to solve all our problems for us. Let's get the food right first, get these healthy babies coming along, and then we can retire and they'll do the work. Okay, and finally the important sacred foods for preconception and pregnancy. We've gone over these, so butter, raw milk, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, I know you want to get going. So please stop by our table, pick up our flyers. We are a educational foundation. We have a huge website, publish a yearly shopping guide. Please take the 50% pledge, which is to spend 50% of your food dollars on direct purchases from local farmers and artisans. We have our Healthy for Life dietary guidelines and our new booklet, the 11 Principles, which is really a beautiful booklet that summarizes all these principles. Oh, I got the 50% pledge twice. We have special issues, baby issue, heart disease issue, and a wonderful podcast. We have over 9 million downloads on our podcast. At my table, New Trends, I have Nourishing Traditions and the books that go with it. I have a book on baby and child care, a cookbook for children, and my 3 nourishing books, Nourishing Broth, Nourishing Fats, Nourishing Diets. My latest book, The Contagion Myth. I have a DVD series, and Dr. Price's work is available online and from the Price Pottinger Nutrition Foundation, and they're here. They have a booth here, so you can buy the book this weekend. Okay, I'll just leave this slide up. Everything they did in traditional diets maximized the nutrition in their food and the availability of the nutrients. Everything we do in the modern diet depletes our food, it lowers the nutrients, and gives longer shelf life. So we just go to column A and stop eating from column B. There's the solution. Thank you very much. We'll see you after lunch. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hope we all got a good lunch. And here we are again. So this morning we did the theory of what constitutes a healthy diet. Now we're going to get practical, how to change your diet for the better, and learn a few things. I know that this can be overwhelming if you're just starting out, you just don't know what to do first or where to turn, especially if you're not used to cooking. So I'm not saying that you have to cook all your meals, but there are certain things you can do to make sure that you're providing nourishing foods for your family. And as I said, there's no renunciation, there's no deprivation on our diet. You can have meat, you can have sauces and gravy, you can have bacon and eggs, seafood, you can have all the butter you want. Isn't that good news? You can have salt and grains. You can have milk, cheese, and cream, pickles, vegetables, soups, sweets, and even healthy soft drinks. All right. So number one, this is the first thing I recommend if somebody's new to this, doesn't know where to start. It's something that can make a huge difference in your health and the health of your family. It's not hard. It doesn't cost you any more. Make your own salad dressing. Okay? So the ingredients are a good quality olive oil and a good quality vinegar, preferably a raw vinegar, some mustard, and we're going to use a small amount of flax oil. It's very easy. You dip your fork in the mustard. You add the vinegar and stir around. See, there's your mustard and vinegar in the bowl. Then you slowly add your olive oil, stirring all the time, and that will create an emulsion, a nice thick dressing if you do it slowly. And the last thing we add is a very small amount of cold-pressed flax oil. And the reason we add flax oil is because of its fatty acid profile. It's very high in omega-3 fatty acids. I think this is especially important if you've been on a standard American diet for years and years. You're getting so much omega-6. And while you don't have to do this forever, it's good to add the omega-3 to a little bit to your food to get back into that balance. Please don't overdo. I once had somebody come up to me and say, I don't know how I'm going to get that 3 tablespoons of flax oil into my baby. And that's not what you want to do. In fact, you can overdose on omega-3, just like you can overdose on omega-6. So we're going to add a half a teaspoon to our salad dressing. That's all. The alternative, of course, is commercial bottled dressings. I can't think of anything worse to buy in the supermarket. They're bad, rancid oils, bad additives. It's just the worst possible thing. Here's an example of some of the ingredients in a typical commercial dressing. It'll either be soybean oil or canola oil. Ingredients with natural flavors, that's MSG. Citric acid is another source of MSG. High fructose corn syrup, it just goes on. Propylene glycol, what's that? Antifreeze. That's in the salad dressing. Sodium benzoate, EDTA is a preservative, et cetera, et cetera. So you can make your own dressing with the finest ingredients. Olive oil with vitamin E, antioxidants. Olive oil is a source of vanadium, which is very good for the heart. And your flaxseed oil for your omega-3s, vitamin E and antioxidants. Cost is about $1.50 a cup. Now, this was 20 years ago, so maybe it's $2 a cup now, but it's no more than the commercial dressing. So it takes you 1 minute to put this dressing together. And you're not going to spend any more. You're using the finest ingredients, and you're avoiding all of these horrible things that are in the commercial salad dressings. It's mostly the rancid and processed vegetable oils. This is ranch dressing. You can look at all the ingredients. They even admit it contains monosodium glutamate. Artificial flavors. I mean, you do not want to put this in your bodies. You can make ranch dressing with buttermilk and mayonnaise and seasonings, and it's just delicious. So we talked about the imbalance of omega-6 to omega-3. If you've been eating the standard American diet, you're getting way too much omega-6 and hardly any omega-3. How do we achieve that balance? First of all, you just get rid of all the commercial vegetable oils in your diet because they're all very high in omega-6. They're mostly omega-6. We're going to use a small bit of flax oil for omega-3s in our salad dressing. And then choose organic and grass-fed animal and plant foods for a good source of omega-3 fatty acids. So this one of redressing this balance is actually very easy to do. Let's see, why do I have this here? Okay. So again, these are the fatty acid profiles of all the polyunsaturated oils, and then they winterize them, which means they take out the saturated and monounsaturated parts of them, so they end up being pure omega-6. This has never happened in the history of mankind that you could take spoonfuls of omega-6 like this. What about canola oil? That was developed for the health food market. It was going to be this perfect fatty acid profile, very low in saturates, lots of monounsaturates, some omega-6, and then this nice little bonus of omega-3. It was supposed to be heart healthy, but when they tested it on rats, it increased the body's need for vitamin E, caused heart lesions in the test animals, and increased platelet clumping and caused death in stroke-prone rats. So it was not at all heart healthy. My husband took this photograph outside a Chinese restaurant in Toronto. You can see all the cans of canola oil being thrown away. Typically or traditionally, Chinese food was cooked in pig fat or duck fat. Those were the two main fats in China, and both of those fats are great sources of the X factor and vitamin D, vitamin A, and these are all gone now when you switch to the commercial oils. All right, number 2, this one's easy also. Might cost you a little more, but it's easy. Switch to butter. Avoid partially hydrogenated oils. So I do want to talk a little bit about this process called partial hydrogenation, where they make margarines and shortenings. It's a long process. They start with the cheapest oils extracted from the seeds at high temperature, high pressure. The remaining fraction of the oils is removed with hexane. They mix the seeds with hexane. Hexane is basically gasoline, and that's how they get the last bit of the oil out of the seeds. The oils, now rancid, are steam cleaned. That removes all the vitamins and antioxidants, but the pesticides and solvents are still there. Yeah. Then they take these oils and they mix them with nickel powder, finely powdered nickel. How many of you are allergic to nickel? Nickel earrings. And these, they're put into a big room, as big as this room, full of vegetable oil. And with this nickel catalyst in there, they bubble hydrogen through the oil. And so what goes into the oil is, into the reactor is a liquid. What comes out is a semi-solid. So they're changing the configuration of the molecules. It's a semi-solid, it's full of lumps, it's gray in color, and it stinks to high heaven. The idea that somehow you could clean this up and use it for food is incredible. But that's exactly what they do. So they mix in soap-like emulsifiers to get rid of the lumps. They steam clean the oil to remove the horrible odor, and then they bleach it to remove the gray color. At this point, you have what's called pure vegetable shortening. And this is what's used in the fast fry places and in Crisco and so forth. Pure vegetable shortening. To make margarine, they add artificial flavors and synthetic vitamins. They're not allowed to add an artificial color. They have to add a natural color, and that's comforting, right? And the mixture is packaged in blocks or tubs, and advertising promotes margarine as a health food. There's so much profit in margarines and also in spreads that they have plenty of money to buy university research teams, buy advertising space on TV and in the magazines, etc. So this is what happens in this process. This process is called partial hydrogenation. So at the top you see the stearic acid, natural saturated fatty acid, very safe, very stable, and you can see each carbon has two little ears sticking out, right? Two little hydrogens sticking out. This is an electron pair, and this is an amazing construct in nature because that pair is stable but also reactive. So when you eat a saturated fat, it's stable, it doesn't break down, but when your body does need to make a reaction with it, it's got that electron pair. The next molecule is monounsaturated oleic acid, has one double bond. It's missing two hydrogens, but as you can see, the two remaining hydrogens are on the same side. So you have your electron cloud there, and you still have something that's very stable but reactive when necessary. Now, the bottom molecule is a trans fat. And as you can see, it looks like one of the hydrogens in the double bond from the oleic acid is moved across to the other side. Trans means across, and that's where that word trans fat comes from. That straightens out the molecule, and chemically it behaves like a saturated fat. But biochemically, it's completely different. Instead of having an electron pair, it has the electrons on the other side. So while just polyunsaturates cause uncontrolled reactions in the body, they're very reactive, oxidative, the trans fats actually block reactions in the body. So they block receptors, they block enzymes, they block all kinds of ports on the cell membrane, they block hormone production, enzymes, as I said, so they just kind of mess things up inside. And we know from a ton of research that these hydrogenated trans fats contribute to many diseases, heart disease and cancer, degeneration of the joints and tendons, osteoporosis and diabetes. They lower testosterone, they lower sperm count. And how many boys are eating a bunch of this stuff? They cause failure to grow and learning disabilities in children, and a reduced visual acuity if the mother is eating just a small amount of trans fats while she's pregnant. The probability is the baby will have reduced visual acuity. And finally, reduced fat content in mother's milk. The mother wants to nurse, but she's eating a lot of trans fats. The baby will not be getting what he needs and is always crying, always hungry. When this research came out about what the trans fats did to mother's milk, my colleague, Mary Enig, and a friend of hers who is also a lipids researcher, they contacted La Leche League to say, you need to warn your mothers about this. And what was La Leche League's reaction? They didn't want to hear about it. They didn't want the moms to know anything that might scare them off of breastfeeding. So, I'm all for breastfeeding, but breastfeeding by healthy mothers. And moms deserve to know what they need to do. And then they say, well, it might make them feel guilty. As my kids used to say, Mom, you're putting a guilt trip on us. And I said, well, don't forget, guilt is good. Guilt is good. Guilt has its uses. So this is all very complicated biochemistry, but we can sum it up in this way. The industrial fats and oils on the industrial fats and oils. The liquid polyunsaturated oils cause uncontrolled reactions in the body. The solid, partially hydrogenated oils inhibit reactions in the body. And the result, if you're eating industrial fats and oils of whatever type, is going to be biochemical chaos on the cellular level. Who knows whether it'll cause cancer or heart disease or kidney disease? Who knows what the results will be, but there'll be trouble. Well, it finally came out that the trans fats were bad. In fact, the government admitted that they were bad at any level. And they actually pretty much have been taken out of the food supply. We actually did test some foods and some fats and oils. They're now using a lot more polyunsaturated oils, which is kind of ironic because they knew the polyunsaturated oils were very dangerous, and they thought that the trans fats would solve that problem, but made it worse. Anyway, so of course the government very reluctantly had to ask the food companies to stop using trans fats. They said, because we found out that trans fats are bad, they're just as bad as saturated fats. So they used this as a campaign to bash the saturated fats. It's really quite evil. And the truth is that the saturated fats have opposite reactions, opposite effects on the body as the trans fats. Your cell membranes, you need saturated fats for healthy cell membranes. Trans fats interfere with cell membranes. You need saturated fats to enhance hormone production. Trans fats interfere with hormone production, et cetera, et cetera. Moving along. Saturated fats help the insulin receptors. The trans fats inhibit the insulin receptors. So please don't believe that the saturated fats are just as bad as the trans fats. The saturated fats are good, and they have good beneficial effects in the body, and the trans fats are bad. This is some of the propaganda that came out, the bad fats brothers, sat and trans. So they're pretty much saying that the trans fats and the saturated fats are the same. Well, right here is the main explanation for why we have so many health problems in this country. Where's the butter? Just a little bit of shelf space for butter on the lower left. All the rest is margarines and spreads. Now, I've had lots of conversations with people. No one wants to admit to eating margarine anymore. I don't eat margarine. No, margarine's bad for you. We use the healthy spreads. Okay? So the healthy spreads typically do not have trans fats in them, the tub spreads. But they are made from the industrial fats and oils. They're very dangerous, and they're often thickened with soy protein. I did a little experiment on the wall behind our house. I put a stick of butter, and I dumped a tub of soft spread. Okay? And what happened was a crow came along. He knew where the real food was. He took a bit of butter, and I thought, well, the butter would disappear and the soft spread would just sit there. But what happened next was a squirrel came along. I thought squirrels were vegetarians, but the squirrel grabbed a stick of butter and ran off with it. So even squirrels know where the real food is, and the soft spread just sat there. Anytime you want to know if something's a real food, just put it out. See if the animals eat it. The problem is that these trans fats and industrial fats it's not just in the margarines and spreads, but they're in all the processed food, the chips, chips and snacks and stuff. By the way, here's a little quiz for you. Which is the food most associated with weight gain? Potato chips. Potato chips, most associated with weight gain. And then the fries. And as I said, up to 1984, the fries were all done in tallow. They were healthy, and they were delicious. Okay. My late husband grew up in England, but they basically grew up on fish and chips, but that was a healthy food. It was all fried in beef fat, so it was stable and healthy. Here we are at the Quickie Mart. Don't you sell anything without the dreaded trans fatty acids? He said, sure, we sell cigarettes. Let's just say you are in a Quickie Mart, you have nothing to eat, you're starving, hungry. What would you buy there? I would buy cracklings, pork cracklings. Okay, you've got real good fat there. You've got connective tissue, so pork cracklings. I wouldn't buy the flavored ones, though, just the plain ones. Okay. Well, it won't be grass-fed pork, no, but I mean, if that's the only choice, yeah. Okay. And I do want to emphasize this. We're showing the perfect diet, the perfectly raised animal foods, et cetera, but you can never be 100%. You always want to allow yourself to go to friends' houses, to go out with people, to travel, and you just do the best you can. Okay. All right, good things in butter. Please don't be afraid of butter. Even commercial butter has got these things in it, starting with the fat-soluble vitamins, A, D, and K, and also vitamin E, which is a fat-soluble vitamin. Minerals, copper, zinc, chromium, selenium, iodine. Butter can be a very good source of iodine. And the combination of vitamin A and iodine in butter makes it an excellent food for the thyroid gland. Conjugated linoleic acid is an anti-cancer substance. You've got your shorter chain fatty acids that are in coconut oil and a perfect balance of omega-6 and omega-3. A bunch of other stuff, lecithin, cholesterol, glycosphingolipids, the Wolzen factor. And the last one I want to point out is arachidonic acid. Let's see if I have a picture of this. Okay. So arachidonic acid, how many of you have ever heard of arachidonic acid? A few of our readers. It's an omega-6 fatty acid. It's got 4 double bonds, so it's almost like a hairpin. It's just curved over on itself. Arachidonic acid is found only in animal fats. It's the only place we can get it. Okay? It's needed to balance the elongated omega-3 fatty acids in seafood and cod liver oil. This fat is needed for tight cell-to-cell junctures. It kind of clips all your cells together. That's why it gives you healthy skin and also healthy gut lining. So it supports healthy skin and healthy digestion. 11% of the brain is arachidonic acid, so that shows you how important it is for thinking. But the last thing is we make natural cannabinoids. These are feel-good chemicals. They're just like what's in marijuana. We have receptors for these cannabinoids. We have ways of clearing them. And guess what they're made out of? They're made out of arachidonic acid. So if you're not eating animal fats, if you don't have animal fats in your diet, you don't have any arachidonic acid, you cannot make your natural cannabinoids. And you're going to feel awful. And then you get introduced to marijuana, and suddenly you feel normal, even though it's just for a short period of time. We must have a lot of sympathy for people who get addicted to things like marijuana, because they just want to feel normal, And I like to say that the natural state of the human body is to be high all the time. If you're eating plenty of butter and animal fats, that's how you're going to feel. Okay? And we have been starving ourselves of animal fats all these years, and now we have a nation of addicts. And there's a connection there. So, butter consumption has been plummeting for the last really 100 years, while heart disease and cancer have skyrocketed. We don't know all the reasons for the heart disease and cancer, but one thing's for sure, it's not butter, because they're going in the opposite direction. We call this the oiling of America. This is since 1909. You can see that butter consumption has plummeted to less than 5 pounds per person per year, or they do this grams per capita. But anyway, now it's actually gone up a little bit, and this has the industry in a real panic. Because if everyone starts eating butter, they're going to figure out that they've bred a race of dairy cows that's low fat, and there's not going to be enough butter. or the dairy industry will have to stop selling ice cream, that's where they make all their profit on butter. Lard consumption. How many of you cook in lard? Good. Great. Love to see that. It's really hard to get lard, though. The supermarkets don't carry it anymore. I used to be able to buy it in the 80s and 90s, but when you ask for it today, it's not there. But you get it from your farmer. Shortening consumption has tripled, and margarine consumption has gone up. But look at the oils, the seed oils, 16-fold increase. And they're in your processed foods, your salad dressing, all kinds of things. Okay, here's the summary. The 6 basic good fats and oils: pastured butter, your extra virgin olive oil for your salads, pastured lard, coconut oil, some cod liver oil, and I've also added duck fat to this because duck fat is such a great source of vitamin K. So I think it's good to use duck fat or goose fat as much as you can. Here are the bad fats: margarines and spreads, the dressings, the cooking oils, and anything made with these oils. So that's your first step. Get these into your kitchen. Get these out of your kitchen. Okay, so that's kind of completes it on fats and oils. I think that's the most important thing to focus on first. Get your fats right, okay? I know you can't do this all at once, but that's where you start. All right. Make sure your diet contains sufficient high-quality animal products, some of which should be raw, not all of them, but some. And I'm not saying that you have to only eat animal products or overdo on animal products, but you definitely need some. So what do I mean by high quality? Whole raw dairy products from pastured cows, eggs from pastured chickens, organ meats and meats from pastured animals, fish eggs, if you can eat fish eggs every now and then, it's a great thing to do. Fish and shellfish, and cod liver oil. And please use our shopping guide for cod liver oil. We have about 5 brands that we recommend. This is a wonderful, high-quality animal food. This is salmon roe, which I eat with a lot of butter on sourdough bread. The pastured poultry model, where the chickens are outside eating bugs and grass in the sunlight. Those egg yolks will be a real powerhouse of nutrition. The cow is a sacred animal. She spends her whole life in the sunlight making vitamin D and on green grass making vitamins A and K. We treat her with respect. We honor her by consuming her milk, her organ meats, her meat, her fat. By contrast, this is what's happened in agriculture in this country. We have the confinement agriculture model with as many as 65,000 birds under one roof. By the way, they just built a dairy for 48,000 cows in Texas. 48,000 cows. The birds are kept in cages stacked several high, and of course dead birds are collected every day. And we do terrible things to our pigs. Pigs are wonderful, smart animals, and our cows also. The idea that we can raise animal products inside is really an abomination. Only someone who was never a farmer could think of this. This is the organic model. They are free range, quote unquote. They're not in cages, but they're not outside either. Don't be fooled. This is not pasture fed. We did a study where we measured the vitamin D and vitamin A in egg yolks. We found 8 times more D and 2 times more A in the pastured egg compared to the supermarket egg. A study in 1929 found that after cod liver oil, egg yolks were the most potent source of vitamin D. So eat an egg yolk or 2 a day. take your cod liver oil, you don't need to take any more vitamin D. The only factor that determined the amount of vitamin D in the egg yolks was the amount of UVB light, and either from sunlight, or they actually did this study with lamps with UVB light. And when the egg yolks came from chickens under glass or in cages, these yolks produced rickets in rats. So there was no vitamin D from these confinement chickens, only the chickens who got access to UVB light. We also tested butter. We found 10 to 13 times more vitamin A and 3 times more vitamin D in grass-fed butter. Chicken livers. I mean, you can just see the difference from looking at them. Pasture-raised chicken livers have good integrity. They're not slimy. They're very dark red. That's what you want. And I really do like working with chicken livers because they have such a nice balance of vitamins A, D, and K. All right, this is modern agriculture, ready, steady, grow. Get those animals as big as you can, as fast as you can before they manifest health problems. Often they use antibiotics for this, but if they're not using antibiotics, they use something else. Do you know what it is? Arsenic. About 70% of chicken feed in this country contains arsenic. Arsenic works a little bit like antibiotics. It helps the chickens grow big and fast, quickly. So if you see antibiotic-free on the label, beware. Could be arsenic in there. All right, this is my segue into raw milk. And a campaign for real milk. And real milk is milk that's full fat, it's pasture-fed, and it's unprocessed. Okay? We're told that raw milk is terribly dangerous. It's going to make, you shouldn't drink it for any reason at any time. But actually what we've learned is that raw milk is uniquely safe. Consider the calf born in the muck, which then suckles on its mother's manure-covered teat. How can that calf possibly survive? What a mess nature has made of all this. We're going to fix this by pasteurizing everything, okay? Well, the reason the calf survives, the reason any mammal survives, the reason any human baby survives is because raw milk contains multiple redundant systems of bioactive components that can reduce or eliminate populations of pathogenic bacteria. I'm going to quickly go through these. One is an enzyme called lactoperoxidase, which uses hydrogen peroxide like a heat-seeking missile, and seeks out and destroys pathogens. Every secretion contains lactoperoxidase. It's in tears, it's in your saliva. When you cut yourself and you lick it, that's very wise because you've got lactoperoxidase in your saliva, which is antimicrobial. Lactoperoxidase is higher in other animal milk than human milk, and of course, because other animals are going to be dirtier. Lactoferrin is another enzyme. It kills pathogens by stealing iron and through the gut, taking iron out of the digestive tract. Pathogens love iron. That's why if you have a cheese plant or milk processing plant, you don't want any rust in there because that's where the pathogens hang out. And it does a double duty because it also ensures that the baby absorbs 100% of the iron. So this is a really great little enzyme. And studies have shown that it reduces the TB load. It helps deal with candida. Some even believe that lactoferrin can help with weight loss. Raw milk contains all of the components of blood except raw red blood cells, leukocytes, B lymphocytes, macrophages, immunoglobulins, antibodies. They're all in raw milk. In the First World War, they actually used raw milk for blood transfusions very successfully. It's rightly called white blood. And what these components do is they build the immune system in the infant. They create the immune system in the infant. So raw milk is really great for infants and also for people with poor immune system. Special fats and carbohydrates, special polysaccharides, oligosaccharides. When they discovered oligosaccharides in raw milk, they said, oh, this is a mistake that nature made. Humans can't digest oligosaccharides, so this is a mistake. But then it turns out that oligosaccharides are the ideal food for the bacteria in the gut. Medium-chain fatty acids, the kind in coconut oil, have antimicrobial properties, and then special fats like phospholipids and sphingolipids, many, many roles to protect and stop the absorption of pathogens and toxins. Enzymes, hormones, mucins, something called glycomacropeptide. We're discovering more and more components in raw milk that are protective and that prevent foodborne illness. Beneficial bacteria, the bifidus factor, which supports beneficial bacteria. B12 binding protein is one of these double duty ones. It reduces B12 in the colon, which the harmful bacteria need for growth, but also ensures 100% assimilation of the B12 in the milk. And lactoglobulins carry vitamin A and D and possibly other nutrients out of the gut into the bloodstream. Every single vitamin and mineral in milk has a special enzyme or carrier protein that ensures 100% assimilation. No other food is like this. There was a study done once, and they found that vitamin B2, which is riboflavin, which is a very important vitamin, is totally destroyed by pasteurization. And they said, well, that doesn't matter because the B2 levels in raw milk are very low. But the thing is, they don't have to be high because 100% of that is absorbed. So we have a five-fold protective system in raw milk. It destroys the pathogens. It stimulates the immune system, helps build a healthy gut wall, prevents the absorption of pathogens and toxins from the gut, and assures the assimilation of all the nutrients. No other food is like raw milk. It's just an amazing food. And this is what happens when you pasteurize. All of these components are inactivated or greatly reduced. You see they're all active in breast milk, all active in raw milk. Look what happens with pasteurized milk. And look at UHT milk, ultra-high temperature pasteurization. Most milk today is UHT milk. They actually don't even have to put it in the refrigerated section. They could just stand it on the floor. It would stay that way for months. But they put it in the refrigerated section because Americans wouldn't buy milk that doesn't need to be refrigerated. Yeah. Most organic milk is UHT milk. All organic Valley milk is UHT milk. And finally, look at infant formula. So if something gets into infant formula, there's no protective system. There's no antimicrobial system. And this, of course, is what happened with Abbott Labs, that they had to close down because the babies were getting really sick and dying. Some babies were dying. And I had somebody interview me from Rolling Stone, and she was very hostile because when the formula crisis came, they were all going to our website for the raw milk formula. And she was very hostile, and she said, but how can you recommend something that's so unsafe? And I just laughed at her. I said, wait a minute, what about the Abbott Labs milk? That was killing babies. So she backed off. Dairy as a whole is very safe. Compared to other foods, dairy causes a very small percentage of foodborne illness incidence. Since 1999, we've had deaths from cantaloupe, spinach, luncheon meat, peanuts. There's 30 deaths per year from eggs. There's 15 deaths per year from oysters. We've had deaths from pasteurized cheese, pasteurized milk, pasteurized mother's milk. We've had no deaths from raw milk. Now, the FDA would dispute that. They say there's been 2 deaths. But one of those alleged deaths was in a family where, yes, the family drank raw milk, but this particular person didn't touch raw milk. And the other death is just pure speculation. We don't know where it comes from. There have been many outbreaks due to pasteurized milk. The worst ones were in 1984 and 85, where thousands of people were sickened. And it's a misconception that breast milk is pathogen-free, is sterile. We now know that breast milk contains pathogens, often at very high levels. But what these pathogens do is, in the milk, is give the baby immunity to them for life. So it's not good that the environment of the baby is too sterile. So the campaign against raw milk started in 1945 with this article in Coronet magazine, which said that there was this town called Crossroads, USA, where many died from undulant fever contracted from raw milk. The problem was the whole story was made up. There was no town called Crossroads and no outbreak of undulant fever. And then this article was repeated next year in the Reader's Digest. So that's how this campaign began. It was a complete lie. And lies about raw milk continue to this day. Of course, public health officials say that pasteurization was one of the greatest accomplishments in history for reducing the death rate in infants, but look at how all of these diseases had declined before mandatory pasteurization came in 1948. That's because they were cleaning up the cities. We didn't have horses in the cities anymore. We had better water systems. You know, the city of Chicago was pulling the drinking water from the city from the same place in Lake Michigan where they were dumping the sewage until early 1900. Yeah, people got sick from that water. Had nothing to do with the milk. And milk production today, we have so many advantages. We can really produce clean milk today. One of the things, we have refrigeration, for example, we have refrigerated transportation, but we also have very easy milk testing techniques on our farm. We test our milk every batch for coliform. It's very inexpensive and accurate, and we know that we're producing very clean milk. Since 1999, there have been millions of servings of organic pastures raw milk with a superlative safety record and many recalls of pasteurized milk during the same period. We talked about this Thursday night. In the 1800s, there was a 50% death rate among urban children drinking what was called swill milk. That is milk produced in inner city confinement dairies from cows fed brewery swill. They had these breweries in the cities, and then they had the dairies right next to them. And they were raised in horrible filth. It was blamed on the milk, but the milk problem was solved by outlawing these inner city dairies, the certified milk movement, access to refrigeration, also getting rid of the horse in the city, replacement of the horse with a car, not by milk pasteurization laws. The milk problem had been solved long before they started pasteurizing. So, in summary, raw milk is safer than any food. It has its own built-in safety mechanisms. Claims that raw milk is unsafe are based on 40-year-old science and would not hold up in a court of law. Meanwhile, pasteurized milk is causing increasing health problems in our children. Allergies, asthma, frequent ear infections, gastrointestinal problems. It's associated with diabetes and autoimmune disease and attention deficit disorder. And children who suffer from these things are frequently told no more milk, no more pasteurized milk. And the reason pasteurized milk causes these problems is because the proteins in milk are extremely fragile. They're not like meat proteins. They're not like collagen proteins. They're three-dimensional, very fragile objects. When they're pasteurized, they're warped and distorted, and the body thinks it's getting foreign proteins. And it mounts an immune attack. And this can lead to these autoimmune diseases later in life, like diabetes, asthma, allergies, and so forth. So the consumption of fluid milk is declining at 1% per year, 1 to 3% per year. Just more and more people just can't tolerate it. This is a recent study. took place in China. They looked at 4 methods of processing milk: boiling, which to imitate pasteurization, spray drying, freeze drying, and microwaving. All 4 methods resulted in significant degradation and oxidation of the milk proteins. Fed to rats, the processed milk protein caused damage in the plasma, liver, and brain, and adversely affected learning and memory in the rats. Pasteurized milk makes you stupid. Makes our kids stupid. Spray drying, even freeze drying did this. Any kind of processing. We just can't process milk. We need to honor nature's most perfect food and leave it alone. Just produce it in clean conditions and keep it cold. The thing about raw milk is it's so easy to digest. Once it's activated in the digestive tract, the enzymes do all the work. You don't have to produce any enzymes. No energy is required to digest raw milk. You have a net energy gain, whereas pasteurized milk is very difficult to digest. You need more energy to digest pasteurized milk than you get out of it. And just a few studies on the health benefits. These were done in the late 30s. The rat on the top picture was given only raw milk. You can see it has beautiful, healthy fur. Nice, robust rat. The rats underneath suffered from, I have the wrong word here, it's alopecia, which is hairless places due to vitamin B6 deficiency. They were scrawnier. And when they looked at the bones, the pasteurized milk-fed rats had shorter bones, and they were less dense, 146 grams versus 206 grams. That's really interesting because both groups of rats were getting the same amount of calcium. But the calcium in the raw milk-fed rats was going to the bones. And we talked all morning about building materials for the body, having healthy bones, so you can have wide faces and straight teeth and so forth and good posture. And that's where the raw milk comes in. That's why it's so important for our growing children. In this study, this shows what happens to that calcium that's not going to the bones. The guinea pigs on pasteurized milk had calcium streaked in the soft tissues, under the skin and the joints and the heart and the other organs. So same amount of calcium, but it's just not being used properly, and it's going to the soft tissues. And this is my favorite one. These are the rat studies, 1931. Those on whole raw milk had good growth, sleek coats, clear eyes, and they were nice little rats. They enjoyed being picked up and petted by the researchers. Those on pasteurized milk had rough coats, slow growth, their eyes lacked luster, they were anemic. Okay? Why were they anemic? There's the same amount of iron in whole, raw and pasteurized milk, but the lactoferrin is destroyed, so they can't absorb the iron. Loss of vitality and weight, and they were very irritable. They weren't nice little rats anymore. They often bit the researchers who tried to pick them up and handle them. So very stressed rats. And one of the most common testimonials that we get from parents when they just make one change in their children's diet, they switch from raw to pasteurized to raw milk, is an improvement in their children's behavior. I've had fathers tell me, I didn't like my kids very much until we switched to raw milk, and now they're just great kids. They're really fun to be around. They sleep well at night. They're doing better in school. They don't have temper tantrums. And of course these kids are going to be irritable and have tantrums if they're dealing with these foreign proteins all the time. Allergenic proteins. Since ancient times, a diet of all raw milk has been used successfully for many diseases, including cancer, especially for kidney problems, allergies. It's very detoxifying, raw milk. It only works with raw milk, not pasteurized milk. By the way, the Mayo Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio, was founded to do the milk cure. But then they realized you couldn't make any money from it. So, asthma is a huge problem. We have 9 deaths per day from asthma in the U.S., and several very good studies have shown that raw milk protects against asthma. So asthma is a life-threatening condition, and raw milk can save lives. It's not just not dangerous, it actually can save lives. We did a survey on lactose intolerance. We found, that 29 million Americans are diagnosed lactose intolerant, and of those, 82% could drink raw milk without any problem. That's a lot of Americans who could benefit from raw milk. A key component of raw milk is glutathione. I think this is why the milk cure works, because the glutathione is this detoxifying component that takes everything out of the body, mercury, heavy metals. It's in the whey proteins of the milk, but only when they're unprocessed. The minute you heat these whey proteins, the minute you heat the milk, the glutathione doesn't work. Raw milk is the ideal food for children, provides calcium for optimal growth, strong bones, strong teeth. It protects them against asthma, allergies, and eczema, builds a healthy immune system. There's glutathione for protection against toxins and helps build a healthy gut wall. On the left is what raw milk looks like, magnified 175 times. It's a colloidal structure, similar to the colloidal structure in all life forms. It is perfectly accurate to call raw milk a living food. Pasteurized milk on the right is just flat. The complex colloidal structure is lost. Pasteurized milk is accurately described as a lifeless food, or not even a food, it's just lifeless. And this is the structure at 4,200, magnified 4,200 times, very similar to blood. And of course, as I said, they used raw milk for blood transfusions in the First World War. And we have the confinement system where the cows never leave their stalls. The average lifespan is 42 months. And when they drop down there, before they die, they're quickly carted off to the butcher, and most of the hamburger, fast food hamburger in this country, comes from spent dairy cows. Often milk 3 milkings a day. Usually they're milked for 600 days without a break or until death. And you see on the right what she's standing in. That's manure. I would never recommend raw milk from the confinement system. Although we do have many antimicrobial components in raw milk, they can get overwhelmed if the system is really filthy. And what we have done is turn nature's perfect, most delicate food into an industrial product. And who suffers from this? We suffer. We're also very concerned about the feed given to cows in confinement. Lots of soy full of estrogens, that comes out in the milk. GMO grains, which are very prone to aflatoxins. Bakery waste, the old donuts, old potato chips. Citrus peel cake is fed to the cows. The citrus peel cake is loaded with some of the worst pesticides there are, cholinesterase inhibitors, and of course antibiotics and hormones. And a lot of these dairies are built next to ethanol plants. And so we're right back to our swill dairies again, getting the swill from the ethanol plants. And this is what I call the wasteland. America's great strength was tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of prosperous dairy farms all across the country. And, thriving small communities where you had churches, restaurants, you had the high schools all had marching bands and drill teams. That's all gone. And I think the number one cause is pasteurization laws. Because when a farmer is in that system of pasteurization, they cannot set their price. And the farmer today is making $1.30 a gallon, the same price he got in World War II. And if milk were selling in the supermarket for a price commensurate with the increase in all the costs since the Second World War, it would be selling for $20 a gallon. So food costs have been kept artificially low in this country in order to maintain this industrial food system. So a campaign for real milk is one of our many projects. The website has lots of articles, and we also have an interactive map where you can find raw milk all over the country. All right. What time do we break this time? 3 o'clock. Okay. Now, the first three things we talked about were easy. Okay, this is a hard one. I know I've been there. I was a sugarholic myself. Eliminate refined sweeteners, and refined sweeteners include sugar, dextrose, fructose, glucose, high fructose corn syrup, fruit juices. Agave syrup is another one that belongs in here. These are refined sweeteners. And sucrose breaks down into glucose and fructose. And animal studies showed that glucose was not particularly harmful. It was the fructose that was harmful. So when you get into fructose, high fructose corn syrup, agave syrup, which is 95% fructose, you're going to have a lot more strain on your body than just sugar. I mean, they're both bad for you, but the sugar is really bad. The fructose is really bad. When they did this study with the fructose, the livers of the rats resembled the livers of alcoholics. They were anemic. Their hearts enlarged, and actually what killed them was their hearts exploded. In combination with copper deficiency, the fructose interferes with collagen production, and that's why they fell apart, and copper deficiency is widespread in the United States. There was delayed testicular development in the male rats. The female rats were unable to produce live young. The male rats did not reach adulthood. Is there any wonder we're having so many problems with fertility in this country? The consumption of sugar has actually declined, but what's increased is the consumption of high fructose corn syrup, which is now just called fructose. So the total sweeteners have increased. And so many diseases are associated with the consumption of refined sweeteners, starting with diabetes, hypoglycemia, which is low blood sugar, insulin problems, heart disease, cancer. People who eat a lot of sugar get infectious diseases more frequently, colds and flu. Digestive problems. Also, we move to the other column. Sugar is like the gateway to other addictions. Increased desire for alcohol, coffee, tobacco, etc. So I always say sugar is the first addiction. I'm not saying no sweeteners. Our diet does allow sweeteners. We have a sweet taste in our mouth. It needs to be satisfied. I just use them in moderation in homemade desserts. That's fine. And I think it's important for children to have sweet things. They need to receive these sweet things from their parents, not from a vending machine. Okay. So what are good sweeteners? We have Rapadura, which is dehydrated cane sugar juice, maple syrup, maple sugar, molasses, raw honey. The green stevia powder is a good sweetener, not the white extract, but the green stevia powder. What we want to avoid is the blood sugar roller coaster, and that happens when you eat sugar on an empty stomach or in a meal where there's no fat. When you eat fats with sweeteners, that minimizes this blood sugar roller coaster business. But you don't want a huge squirt of glucose or fructose coming into your bloodstream. Then your body has to work really hard to bring that down, and you get this blood sugar roller coaster. Possible causes of sugar cravings, these are just theories: wrong fats in the diet, improper preparation of grains, too few or too many animal foods, mineral deficiencies, neurotoxic additives. All I can say is that I predict that once you get on this diet with plenty of good fats, doing your broth, your lacto-fermented foods, etc., the sweets will not appeal to you. And we've had many people tell us that they have been able to stop eating sugar not because of willpower, but because they just don't want them anymore. So that's when you've really reached true freedom, right? Where you're not having to, impose this willpower on yourself. Your body just doesn't want these things. So these are typical sweets sold in the supermarket. They're highly, highly sweetened, especially the ice cream. And Americans eat so much ice cream. It's just a shame. And by the way, the other thing in ice cream is antifreeze. Yeah, all ice cream contains antifreeze. When you take ice cream out of the freezer and you dip a spoon in it, it's soft. That's antifreeze. When you make your own ice cream and take it out of the freezer, the ice cream is hard, right? So if you've got soft, creamy ice cream coming out of the freezer, that's antifreeze, which is very toxic to the kidneys. But we all love ice cream, and we really encourage you to make your own ice cream. It's very easy to do. You just need cream, maple syrup, egg yolks, vanilla, and I like to put a pinch of salt in there. Really, really livens up the ice cream. You just mix all that together, and you put it in your ice cream maker, and 20 minutes later you have ice cream. I store it in a shallow container, so when you take it out of the freezer, you wait 5 minutes, and then it's soft enough. Which gives the most fats, carbohydrates, which gives the most energy, carbohydrates or fats? One glucose molecule requires 15 enzymes, numerous vitamins and minerals, especially chromium and magnesium, and out of that you get 38 units of ATP. Whereas one molecule of fat requires only 5 enzymes, not as many vitamins and minerals, and out of that you get 146 units of ATP. Okay, we'll do one more and then we'll take a break. Okay. So number 5, eliminate toxic metals and additives as much as possible. You're not going to be able to do this 100%. Nobody can in our culture. Just remember you're balancing this with a very nutrient-dense diet that will protect you to a large extent. So, sources of toxic metal, aluminum. You don't want to use aluminum cookware. Antacids are very high in aluminum, commercial salt, baking powder, and most commercial deodorants. Mercury is highly toxic. The number one source is amalgam fillings. If you have amalgams and you seem perfectly healthy, that's fine. Just leave them there. But if you have amalgams and you are suffering from health problems, you need to get them out. You need to find a dentist who knows how to do this. It's very complicated to get those amalgams out there. And large fish such as swordfish and tuna. I'm not saying you can't eat swordfish every now and then, but I wouldn't eat them every day. Lead comes from lead pipes, some cookware glazes and enamels, and dark hair dyes. We have a speaker here on inorganic iron and the problems that causes. It's in all commercial white flour products, and cadmium from commercially raised fruits and vegetables. Fluoride is the toxin of the hour. It's added to water almost everywhere in this country. It was first used in Russia to calm zoo animals. It's very depresses the nervous system. The Nazis used fluoride with prisoners in the Second World War because it made them docile. Okay. So fluoride depresses thyroid function, and it's an enzyme inhibitor, and that leads to all of these other conditions, and it certainly doesn't prevent tooth decay. Dr. Price was asked to endorse fluoride, and he said, why should I endorse fluoride? I found the answer to tooth decay, and it had nothing to do with fluoride. And additives, Americans eat 9 or 10 pounds of chemical additives per year. A lot of these are in bread, so you want to get some really clean bread. And then the neurotoxic additives, MSG in all its forms, and aspartame, the artificial sweetener. So these neurotoxins are found in reduced fat milks, anything hydrolyzed or autolyzed, many processed products, and anything containing flavorings, and even natural flavorings. I highly recommend this book, Excitotoxins by Russell Blaylock, which shows what happens to nerve cells when they are exposed to MSG. Even at low concentrations, they actually break down. One theory is that the rise in violent crime since the 50s has to do with the great change in the diet about the mid-50s when they started adding so much MSG to the food. I remember when my mother brought home for the first time a packet of flavoring for spaghetti sauce. Remember those flavoring packets? And it made the spaghetti taste so good. And that's all MSG, which is a neurotoxin. And some people believe that it causes violent behavior. The artificial sweeteners, aspartame is a true poison. Then the industry said, well, we'll come up with another one. They came up with sucralose, but that was also extremely poisonous. So the thing is, we don't need artificial sweeteners. We have lovely natural sweeteners in nature that God has given us, and it's fine to use those in moderation. We just don't need artificial sweeteners, and they're highly addictive, as many people can tell you.
Welcome back, everybody.
All right, we're going through our 11 ways of changing your diet for the better. We've gotten to number 6, and this is all about grains. Be kind to your grains, and your grains will be kind to you. And this rule applies to all seed foods, grains, legumes, nuts, and other seeds. We touched on this morning. There are 3 major parts to a grain. There is the bran layers, the outer part, the germ, where most of the vitamins and fatty acids are, and the endosperm, that's the white starchy part. And most of the anti-nutrients are in those bran layers. So the first way that we are cruel to our grains is we separate all 3 sections. We just use the endosperm, which is the starchy part without the vitamins and minerals. Then we grind that into flour. We add synthetic vitamins, which cause all kinds of imbalances, synthetic folic acid, inorganic iron. Did you all hear Leland yesterday? And bleaching agents of unknown safety. And by the way, another thing, I should add this, modern flour is just loaded with glyphosate, if it's not organic, because they are now allowed to spray glyphosate on the grains just before they harvest them as a desiccating agent. And so it's just right there. All the glyphosate hasn't had any time to break down into the soil or whatever. Another way that we're cruel to our grains is that we grind them at very high temperatures in big industrial grinders. This is the stone mill in the Swiss village. Dr. Price took this photograph, and the stone mills can grind the grain without getting them too hot. There's a lot of omega-3 in wheat, and that will oxidize if it's ground at high temperatures. So if you do a lot of baking and working with flour, I highly suggest that you buy a grain mill and grind your own flour. We have a shopping guide, and I spent hours in the supermarket looking for a supermarket bread that we could list in the shopping guide. And I was just not able to find one. Now, we have a lot of good breads in the shopping guide, but none of them come from a regular supermarket. Unfortunately, that was my dream, that you could shop in a supermarket for everything you needed, but not for bread. There are many good breads. You want a sourdough bread or a sprouted grain bread, but be careful. Some of the sprouted breads have added gluten, so be sure to read labels. But there's a lot of good sourdough breads out there now, and you want the organic, always organic, because that means it hasn't been sprayed. And that's how you eat your bread. You want to see teeth marks in the butter. So as we said this morning, the proper preparation of seed foods imitates the natural factors in the grains or the natural factors in the environment that neutralize the seed's preservatives and allow it to sprout. So the grain has this amazing, I want to say plastic coating. It's not plastic, of course, but it's got all of these enzyme inhibitors and phytic acid and stuff that keep everything inside the grain fresh until it's time to sprout. The things you need for the grain to sprout are moisture, warmth, slight acidity, and time, just like a seed in the soil. We are not against grains. There's many good things in whole grains, and a number of societies visited by Dr. Price ate whole grains. But there's a lot of bad things in whole grains: phytic acid, enzyme inhibitors, fiber, rancid essential fatty acids, and even altered proteins if the grains are processed improperly. This is one of the cruelest things we do to our grains. Does anyone know what this is? This is an extruder, and this is how breakfast cereals are made. And the way they do this is they make a slurry of the grains, they go in that tank in the back, and then they're forced out that hole with the sides closed at very high temperature and pressure. And depending on the shape of the hole, you get a Cheerio or a Wheaties or cornflakes or shredded wheat or puffed grains. It's all made by this process called extrusion. Now, this is a huge industry. Breakfast cereals is the product with the highest profit margin in the world. There's a 1 penny's worth of grain in that cereal box, and they sell it for $5 or $6. So this is a very powerful industry, and no one has done any published research on the effects of these extruded breakfast cereals on animals or humans. They've been able to keep it out of the literature. I do know of 2 unpublished studies. One was the cereal studies. These were actually done by a breakfast cereal company, and the results of the study were discovered by Paul Stitt in their filing cabinet. They had 4 groups of rats. One group got plain whole wheat, water, vitamins, minerals, and water. They lived over a year. One group got water and white sugar. They lived for a month. One group got water plus vitamins and minerals. They lived for about 8 weeks. But the rats who got the puffed wheat, not the whole wheat, but the puffed wheat, water, vitamins, and minerals, they died in 2 weeks. They died sooner than the animals that got only water and white sugar. So the implication is that there's something toxic in the puffed grains, that puffing them through this extrusion process turns something that supports health into something that's very toxic. The other study, I'm sure you've heard of this one, 3 sets of rats, each on a different diet. One set got rat chow and water. They lived over a year in good health. Of the other 2 sets, one got cornflakes and the other got the box that the cornflakes came in. The one that got the box lived longer than the ones who got the cornflakes. The last cornflake rat died the day the first box rat died. The box rats died of malnutrition. They became listless. They just lay down in their cages and died. Okay? The ones who got the cornflakes developed schizophrenic behavior, threw fits, bit each other, and went into convulsions. Autopsy revealed dysfunction of the pancreas, liver, and kidneys, and degeneration of the nerves in the spine. All signs of insulin shock. Okay? There's something really toxic in the cornflakes and also obviously in the puffed wheat. It seems very toxic to the nervous system. Now, what we know is that the proteins in grains are organized, they call them organelles, and when they're extruded, those proteins are smashed, broken up, kind of shredded, and dispersed throughout the grains. So it seems like the proteins in grains are very similar to the proteins in milk. They're very fragile, and they just don't hold up to being smashed and heated like as in the extrusion process. This is published. This was 1998. I happened to find this study. The proteins in corn are called zymes. And let's see. Yes, so this is the last point. The extrusion process breaks down the organelles and disperses the proteins, which then become toxic. When proteins are disrupted in this way, they can adversely affect the nervous system. as affected by the cornflake experiment. And one other published study showed that extruded grains were very bad for the gut flora. How many children go to school on a breakfast of extruded cereal? And then they can't sit still in school because their nervous system is poisoned. This picture was taken in a health food store. These cereals are made the very same way as the ones in the supermarket. They may have less sugar, may not have colorings in them, but they're made with organic whole grains. And the thing about organic is they'll be higher in protein. So these health food store cereals could actually be worse for your child than the ones from the grocery store because there's more protein in them. I call this a cruel breakfast: puffed rice, which is extruded, skim milk, and orange juice. So this is how people are being told to eat. This is how a lot of people eat. A lot of adults eat this way. So I've talked to you about this grains. I've talked to you about the milk. Do you want to know about the orange juice, or would you rather I didn't tell you? So the way modern orange juice is made, they don't squeeze it, like cut it in half and squeeze it. They put the whole orange in a big tank, and they had a whole bunch of enzymes to get everything out of the orange and everything out of the skin, and then they crush it down. And then they separate everything. They separate the juice. They separate the oil. They separate the skin. And there are some really toxic pesticides in orange juice, in oranges, on oranges. And of course, they're all going to come out in the juice. The Honolulu Heart Study, which was a very good long-term study, was looking at heart disease and Alzheimer's. And they found consumption of one food associated with Alzheimer's: fruit juices. And my guess is this was mostly orange juice, and it was the cholinesterase inhibitor and pesticides in the skin of the orange juice. Now that doesn't mean you can't have orange juice. Squeeze some organic oranges, put them in a glass with some sparkling water. Absolutely delicious. I call these cruel breakfasts. These are little diabetes starter kits here. These are good breakfasts. We have scrambled eggs with sautéed potatoes, sautéed in lard. Add an extra yolk to the eggs. A smoothie, not made with any kind of protein powder, but whole yogurt, egg yolks, fruit, and coconut oil. Delicious. You wouldn't want to put the whites in a smoothie. The whites are very hard to digest when they're raw. Pastured eggs, fried and served with no nitrate bacon and fruit. You see those little slices of pineapple on the plate? Now, this is what my husband and I do. We put the bacon in a pan and we slice up fruit and cook it with the bacon. I don't think there's any other diet that allows pineapple cooked in bacon fat. Our diet does. Suppose you want to have cereal for breakfast. So we're going to make a good grain breakfast. We're going to make soaked oatmeal. So we start with some rolled oats, and I find the rolled oats works better than the steel-cut oats because they hydrate better. Warm water and something acidic. It can be whey, it can be vinegar, it can be yogurt, or lemon juice. And so you put the oats in a bowl, you add your warm water and a tablespoon or two of something acidic, and there you have it. Moisture, warmth, slight acidity, and time. You're going to leave this on the kitchen counter overnight. You're giving these grains what they need to neutralize all the anti-nutrients. The next morning, you bring water to a boil. This is when you add your salt. You add your soaked oatmeal, bring it to a boil, and cook, stirring until the oats are soft and creamy. And then I like to cover it and let it stand for several minutes. There is our beautiful oatmeal. You could put something crunchy on it, like chopped nuts. We're going to talk about nuts in a moment. Maybe some raisins or coconut. Now, does anybody here like sweet things? Of course, everybody loves sweet things. This is a time to put on a natural sweetener like maple syrup or honey. A sweetener I really love is maple sugar. And then, of course, you need an animal fat. You need it for two reasons. One is that you have liberated all the minerals by soaking your oats, but you can't absorb those minerals without the animal fats. And secondly, the animal fats slow down the release of glucose into the bloodstream so you don't get the blood sugar roller coaster. So adding your cream or butter is really essential for the oatmeal. Some people like cream. I prefer butter. Usually put about 4 tablespoons of butter on my oatmeal in the morning, but you can put more on if you want to. If your kids are just loading their oatmeal with butter, let them. Maybe they have butter with a little oatmeal. One of the most successful and fun recipes in the book are the sourdough pancakes. We grind our grain the night before, and we stir in yogurt and soak them overnight in the yogurt on the kitchen counter. Moisture, warmth, slight acidity, and time. The next morning, we add some beaten eggs, maple syrup, a little melted butter, baking soda, and salt. Make our pancake batter. We cook that in a cast iron pan or a griddle. There's your pancakes. I think that's too much butter, actually. There's pancakes. I put some melted butter on. I'm having these with some sausage, maple syrup, and in the jar is some fermented raspberry syrup, which is a really nice way to get your ferment in. You can take these pancakes, thin the batter, and make these really thin pancakes, which I then dry out in a warm oven, and they make a great cracker. Here they are with caviar, fish eggs. I put sour cream, creme fraiche, some caviar, and chopped onions. They're delicious, just delicious. Even your kids will eat these. Another really successful recipe from the book is the yogurt dough. It's freshly ground whole grain flour, yogurt, butter, and salt. Makes a very thick dough that you can make into a ball. You cover and keep it on the kitchen counter overnight. And you can use it for savory tarts like quiche. Quiche is very rich, so here I'm serving it with some sauerkraut and kombucha. This makes just a wonderful meal. And you've got your whole grains that are highly digestible. The beautiful thing about this yogurt crust is it's very flaky and light tasting. You can't believe it's whole grains. You can also roll out the dough and put some kind of filling in to make empanadas, and I don't give you a recipe for this. Anything left over, this is a great place to hide organ meats. Your kids will never know. We also have a special preparation technique for nuts. We call them crispy nuts. These we just soak in salt water. The problem with nuts are enzyme inhibitors. This is what makes your mouth feel fuzzy when you eat nuts. And the salt water reduces the enzyme inhibitors. So we soak them for 6 to 8 hours in warm, salty water. Then we drain them, spread them out in a pan, and cook them in a warm oven or a dehydrator. It's not cooked. That's not the right word. We dehydrate them, usually overnight. So you can make crispy cashews, crispy pecans, crispy almonds, pepitas, and you'll find that these nuts are much more digestible. They actually have a kind of sweet taste to them. And the crispy nuts are the base ingredient for the cookies in Nourishing Traditions, which we make with ground crispy nuts, arrowroot powder, butter, rapadura, or maple sugar, and flavorings such as salt, vanilla, and lemon peel, and they are delicious. Okay, number 7. Now you know how to fix your grains, right? Number 7, make stock or bone broth at least once a week. Chicken stock is the easiest. You notice I have a couple of chicken feet there. That will give you a lot of gelatin in the stock. I'm doing this with a whole chicken, The class I did yesterday, I was using chicken bones, but you can also do this with a whole chicken. And after you've made the broth, you can pick off all the meat and have chicken salad or curry or whatever you like. So the ingredients are good quality water, your chicken and chicken feet, vegetables such as onions, carrots, and celery, a little bit of vinegar, and filtered water. And some scum will come to the top. That's any impurities will come up with the scum, so you always want to skim that off. Once you brought it to a simmer, and then you put a top on and cook it anywhere from 4 to 24 hours. Good broth resurrects the dead. That's a South American proverb, and we've seen many people recover from health conditions using broth. Whew. Chicken heads. My daughter took this photograph when she was trekking in the Himalayas in this Buddhist country, and there were these chicken heads for sale. And people were buying them. What were they buying them for? They were buying them to make soup, to make gelatinous broth. All over the world, the heads and feet are valued for making soup. Tyson's Chicken exports all their chicken heads and feet to China because there's no interest in them in the United States. Fish broth is, we did fish broth yesterday in our class. It is just delicious and makes a beautiful sauce for fish. And then we have the South American proverb, fish broth will cure anything. And the beef stock is a little bit more complicated. You use different types of bones. You brown them in the oven first. You add vinegar, your vegetables. And this is what they call in French cooking a reduction sauce. You start with 2 or 3 quarts of your pale beef broth, and then you boil, and you reduce down to a very thick sauce. And this is called a reduction sauce. When you put this on your meat, you are getting not only the muscle proteins, but all the collagen proteins. And it really helps the digestion of the meat. So you don't have to eat dry meat. You can have meat with sauces. In fact, that's the way it's healthy to eat meat. The industry has figured out how to imitate the taste of broth using MSG. So we have this umami taste bud in our mouth, which guides us to foods that are good for us, but they can have this substitute that is not good for us. Virtually all processed foods contain MSG in some form or another. All the soups and stews, the dried soups especially, Old Bay seasoning has it in it. You see the TV dinner up there with something that looks like gravy on it. Now typically gravy is made with the good fat drippings in the pan, some flour, and broth. So it's good for you, right? It's got the fat and the broth. This so-called gravy is just water, a coloring, a thickener, and flavorings. There's no goodness in it. Things like ketchup, seasoning mixes, of course, bouillon, stovetop stuff, croutons. It's really shocking how many foods these fake flavorings in. And it's usually not labeled. You rarely see monosodium glutamate or MSG. You see things like hydrolyzed vegetable protein. Anything extracted, the caseinates, autolyzed. It's in corn oil, soy foods. Soy foods need a lot of MSG because they're very bitter. Reduced fat milks contain MSG. And flavors, if you see flavors on a package or even natural flavors, will have MSG. What the industry has done so that they don't have to label the MSG, because there was a big outcry about it during the 1980s, and they're so sneaky. So now the FDA allows them to have these flavoring mixes that they add to the food, and if the mix is 49% or less MSG, they don't have to label it. And this is a page from a food engineering magazine. There's actually a profession called food engineering. And it's just bragging about all of the flavors that they can imitate. They can imitate beef cooked on a barbecue. They can imitate roast beef. They can imitate beef stew. They can imitate different flavors of butter. The industry's figured out how to imitate any flavor, and they basically want to make foods, so-called foods, out of grains, sugars, oils, and dehydrated milk, and then add these flavors. That's their goal. They don't want you to eat real food. Okay, you thought I'd never get to fruits and vegetables, did you? Eat a variety of fresh vegetables and fruits, preferably organic. This is the Dirty Dozen. You want to avoid these, only get these organic. Now, I'm very concerned about the celery juice craze. People are drinking a lot of celery juice on diets where they're completely avoiding salt. And the idea is that there's sodium in celery juice. Well, there is a little sodium in celery juice. You would have to consume 17 cups of celery juice to get the required amount of sodium per day. And if that celery is not organic, you are actually poisoning yourself with pesticides. And of course, you're not getting the chlorine when you eat celery. Big, the kale, collard greens, really big craze. People eating collard chips and kale smoothies. Be careful. These are bad for a number of reasons, but one is because they tend to be really high in pesticides. Some vegetables can be eaten raw. They're tender vegetables. If you cut them up small, they're more digestible. If you put a dressing on them, they're more digestible. You can be an artist with salads. Now that you know how to make your own salad dressing, start there. If you're kind of afraid to cook, afraid to get in the kitchen, just start by making some salads. Some vegetables should be eaten cooked. The leafy green vegetables, like kale, have oxalic acid in them that block calcium, and other things as well. They need to be cooked well. Again, this is why I'm very concerned about the smoothies and the chips, because these are really not cooked greens, and they're very hard to digest. And then the cruciferous vegetables, cabbage, Brussels sprouts, broccoli, contain goitrogens, which depress thyroid function. So I know there was some company selling powdered broccoli. And I said, what about the goitrogens? You're getting so much broccoli. And you don't have to eat kale. Isn't that good news? And many vegetables provide more nourishment when cooked. Somebody once sent me a all raw cookbook, and on the front cover was an artichoke. And I said, now wait a minute. Are you telling me I should eat raw artichokes? There's toxins in potatoes. Potatoes can be very toxic if they're not cooked. Eggplant is inedible raw, and many vegetables are just, you can't eat them when they're raw. They're supposed to be cooked and then eaten with butter. And that's the real purpose of vegetables, is as a vehicle for butter. Okay. So here's some spinach. We add a little water to the spinach. We cook it down till it's tender, and then add some butter or salt. There's our broccoli. I cook it in a 2-part vegetable steamer. Broccoli it's a real trick to get it just right. You want it to be tender. You want to be able to put a fork through it, but you don't want to overcook it because then it smells terrible. And always put butter on it. And here's a way of getting a lot of vegetables cooking in just one pan. Steam them until they're soft and put butter on them. How many people don't like vegetables? A few. That's okay. You'll live. It's okay. But here is a way to get a lot of vegetables in your family. This is lentil soup. And it's a very economical meal. When my kids were growing up, we usually had one big roast every week, leg of lamb or roast beef or a big chicken or something, and then kind of lived on the leftovers. And as the week went on, I made lentil soup. So the way you start with your root vegetables, your carrots, your onions, your leeks. You chop those up and you cook them very gently in butter or some kind of fat. Meanwhile, you soak your lentils. They're a seed. They need to be soaked. Let's see. And then we add our chicken broth. And then we add our soaked lentils. And I'm adding zucchini now. And cook all that till it's soft. And then we use our handheld blender to get everything all amalgamated and make a smooth soup. And I like to flavor lentil soup with lots of lemon juice and salt, of course. You always wait till the end for your salt, otherwise you might put too much in. And so here's our beautiful lentil soup. I've served it with some sour cream at the table. This is a French tradition, and it's kind of a neat one because you're adding your cream, but there's good bacteria and enzymes in the cream, so you don't add it in the pan, you add it in the bowl. All right, name this product. Based on soy protein isolate. This is Ensure. Ensure. It's like baby formula for grown-ups. And this is what they give to people in the hospitals. This is complete nutrition, right? And they give this to people when they're recovering from operations. So look at the ingredients. Water, sugar. Maltodextrin is a kind of sugar. So two sources of sugar. Calcium and sodium caseinates. They're full of MSG. High oleic safflower oil and soy protein isolate. Then canola oil, soy oil, and a whole bunch of synthetic vitamins and minerals. Now, sometimes we do need operations. There are some good things about allopathic medicine, and if you do need an operation, you can be very grateful that we have allopathic medicine. But allopathic medicine knows nothing about nutrition. So if your Uncle Joe is having an operation, you tell the doctor, we will supply his food, and you take him soup and broth, and give him some cod liver oil, and he'll recover very quickly. Body is amazing in its recovery powers. Okay, number 9. We could spend hours on this. We'll just spend a few minutes. So, reduce stresses to the body. Avoid caffeine and other drugs. Sorry to break it to you. We'll come back and talk about caffeine in a moment. Exposure to pesticides and environmental toxins. Do the best you can to reduce exposure. Amalgam fillings and root canals. Vaccinations, of course. They're completely toxic. There's no scientific evidence that they do anything good for you. They don't prevent disease. They don't prevent transmission. They just fill you with poisons. Extremes of heat and cold, dirty food, water, and clothes. Now, we are so much better off than primitive people in this respect. We need to be grateful for what modern life gives us. And it gives us freedom from drudgery. We can live in nice, warm houses. Extremes of heat and cold are very depleting. Big stresses on the body. We have clean clothes, clean beds, hopefully clean water. Try to avoid stale air if you are, and also fluorescent lights. Now, if you work in an office, probably not many of you do, but if you work in an office for your coffee break, instead of a cup of coffee, go outside in fresh air and real sunlight. I think synthetic fabrics are very tiring, something about them. So use natural fabrics, preferably organic, like organic cotton. Strong electromagnetic fields, EMF. We have been beating the drum about this now for 5 or 6 years. Loud syncopated music is not good for you. These are rhythms that are not good for your bodies. Microwave food, very tiring. The microwave even changes the water in your food. And by the way, EMF is microwave. You're exposed to it all the time. Cell phones, never hold them to your ear. Just talk like this. And in your house, have a landline. And high heels, I think, are very tiring. Okay, what's wrong with coffee? This is a diagram of the adrenal gland. It has two parts. The adrenal medulla is the inside part that produces adrenaline. That's for fight or flight, for the sympathetic nervous system. The outer part is the adrenal cortex, or like a shell around the outside. That produces the chill-out corticoid hormones that relax and heal the body. They're the rest and digest. So the medulla is fight or flight, and the adrenal cortex is rest and digest. So what happens when you drink coffee? You're telling that adrenal medulla to produce adrenaline. That's what wakes you up, okay? And your body was not designed to be in an adrenaline rush all the time. In primitive societies, the men had special ceremonies to get the adrenaline pumping when they went out to hunt. But they did not do that every day. After the hunt and the adrenaline rush, they came home and stood around for a couple weeks and laughed and gossiped and sharpened their spears. The women's work did not require an adrenaline rush. It was very calm work. They could do sitting, and so they worked all the time, you know. But there was a reason that the men stood around and rested after their adrenaline rush. And the problem with caffeine and also sugar is always stressing the body to produce adrenaline. And then the adrenal cortex produces hormones to bring the body back into homeostasis. And with this continual stimulation from sugar and caffeine, your adrenal glands become exhausted. And then we can't deal with stress. I was very fortunate as a young woman. I was in my 20s. I was like a first-generation Pottinger's cat. I had rashes and allergies, and I was tired all the time. And I went to see this holistic physician, and he kind of sat me down. He just pushed me down in the chair. He'd asked me to fill out a food questionnaire. And he looked at me and he said, "I cannot help you unless you stop drinking coffee." And I'm so grateful to this doctor. It was the hardest thing I ever did. It's a really difficult addiction to get over. But the amazing thing was, after I stopped drinking coffee for about a month of headaches, I had so much more energy. And instead of starting off in a kind of frenzied rush in the morning to get things done and then getting tireder and tireder as the day wore on, I found that I had this steady energy all day long. And I had energy to do the dishes after dinner and to work after dinner, and I'd never had that before. So I would look at any coffee habits. The other problem with coffee for women, if you've been a coffee drinker, menopause is going to be very difficult. Because in menopause, your adrenal glands take over for a lot of this hormone production. And if they're exhausted from coffee stimulation, it's going to be much harder to deal with menopause. These are spider webs, one spider on marijuana, one on benzodrine, one on chloral hydrate, and the last one, the most chaotic web, was the one on caffeine. I don't know if any of you used to get the Onion. The Onion used to be really funny, and somehow it got bought, and it's not funny anymore. But this was brain force to run entire body on muffin and frappuccino. The funniest one was Clinton deploys vowels to Bosnia. Okay, so instead of junk food based on sugar, white flour, and trans fats, eat real food such as eggs, meat, cheese, pate, liverwurst, nuts. Eat real food. And instead of caffeine beverages, you've got lots of choices: whole raw milk, broth-based soups, kombucha, and other lacto-fermented beverages. We have lots of wonderful things we can drink that give us energy and are not hammering our adrenal glands. The new pollution, of course, is EMF. It's everywhere. It's in our children's rooms with baby monitors. It's with cordless phones, smart meters, smart water meters, routers. What can we do about this? We can certainly clean up our houses. We can eliminate Wi-Fi in the home by wiring having wires for connecting our computers. Whatever comes into your house goes into a router, and then that broadcasts the Wi-Fi. You can turn that off. And then from that router, you can wire to different rooms in your house and plug in your computer that way. You ought to be able to take an EMF meter right up to your computer, and it's green. You're sitting in front of this computer how many hours a day? Okay? Have a landline in your house. We all love our cell phones. They're very convenient, but try to minimize the use. You don't need a baby monitor. You don't need a cordless phone. Try to have a meter that they have to come out and read. Most states do allow this. You have to pay a fee, but no smart appliances in your house. Just use the old-fashioned appliances. So it's like the Industrial Revolution, which caused such enormous pollution in our cities. It took us 200 years to clean up after the Industrial Revolution and to make the cities safe again. Well, now we have this communications revolution, and we've just created a mess out there, a filthy mess. So we need to clean up now. And we will. I think there's new technologies coming along. We'll get this solved. I'm a great believer in technology and our ability to solve problems. And then we have the new etiquette. We turn our phones onto airplane mode at gatherings. I think the day will come when we ask permission to bring a cell phone into someone's house or use it in front of them. Now, would you ever light a cigarette in front of somebody without asking? Okay, well, it's going to be the same thing with cell phones. Do you mind if I use my cell phone? Number 10, put the principles of lactofermentation to work for you. Familiar lacto-fermented foods include natural cheese and yogurt, old-fashioned pickles and sauerkraut, and things like gravlax, lacto-fermented salmon, and traditional salami. Traditional charcuterie is fermented and full of good bacteria. Alcoholic fermentation is the action of yeast on sugars, and the byproduct is alcohol and carbon dioxide. Lactic acid fermentation is the action of bacteria on sugars, and the byproduct is lactic acid. Both of these, alcohol and lactic acid, are food preservatives, but lactic acid doesn't make you drunk. So the benefits of lacto-fermented foods: it's a preservation method that increases vitamin and enzyme content. The vitamin C content of cabbage goes up tenfold when you make sauerkraut. So in the old days, when in the winter they didn't have refrigeration, their source of vitamin C was fermented food, sauerkraut and pickles. Adds lactic acid and beneficial bacteria. The process neutralizes anti-nutrients and improves digestibility. Breaks down difficult to digest proteins and carbohydrates, and best of all, promotes small scale rather than monopolistic farming and food processing. And we're seeing this happen all over the country. In our own store, we have this Russian gal who makes sauerkraut and pickles and everything. She does all of this in her own kitchen. She grows her own cabbage, and she has this marvelous little profitable business making sauerkraut for the local community. And that's what I like to see. When you're making these foods in your community, buying them in the community, your money stays in the community. I'm sure Catherine will talk about this. Every time you buy a Coca-Cola or a McDonald's or some kind of processed food, that money's going somewhere else. It's going out of the community into the corporate ledgers. So when I was writing Nourishing Traditions, there wasn't much available. The only things that you could make lacto-fermented foods in were these big crocks, and you had to order them from Germany. And so what I did was develop a method that we could make in mason jars in small quantities. So you have two main pieces of equipment. You have some kind of pusher or pounder and mason jars. And two basic, I call that the yin and the yang of equipment. And then we have the yin and the yang of ingredients. You need a good unrefined salt. It doesn't have to be Celtic sea salt. It can be any unrefined salt. And homemade whey. And this is important to have the whey. So the way you make whey, you start with some good quality yogurt. You line a strainer with a thin towel. You pour the yogurt into the towel and you let that drip through the towel so you can collect the whey. And then if you want, you can tie that towel up and let it suspend it and let all the whey drip out, and you end up with some really nice cream cheese. Okay, so let's make some sauerkraut. Now here it's really important to use the finest ingredients, so I would use organic or even biodynamic cabbages. We are going to slice up the cabbage very fine. I like to put caraway seeds in the cabbage, and we put some sea salt and a little bit of whey, and then we kind of toss and pound until the cabbage becomes limp. I put it in the jar. You push down until you can see the liquid coming to the top of the cabbage. You don't want to add any more liquid. So you push it down, and then you can see a little bit of liquid on top. Put the top on, leave that on the counter for 2 or 3 days, and you put it in the fridge for a couple of weeks. And then when you open the top to your sauerkraut, you hear this little pop, and all these bubbles come up. It's just a thrilling moment in the kitchen. You're an alchemist in the kitchen. You can do pickles this way. The real challenge is getting those cucumbers upright in the jar. And something I've learned is if you add half a teaspoon of tea leaves, there's a lot of tannin in there, and that will keep the pickles from turning mushy. So your ingredients are pickles, spices, unrefined salt, homemade whey, and a little bit of black tea leaves. You can make, you can do this with fruit. Now you really do need the whey with the fruit. Otherwise it'll go alcoholic. So we're going to put our raspberries in a jar. We're going to push down very gently. And then we're going to add this mixture of rapadura, some kind of natural sugar, sea salt, whey, and a little bit of water. And put that in until the liquid comes to the top of the berries. A few days on the kitchen counter and then in your refrigerator, and you'd be amazed how long these berries will last. Several months, lacto-fermented. And this is what we put on the pancakes. There's a fruit chutney in Nourishing Traditions with one variety made with peaches, and it is just delicious. Lots of spices in it. Commercial ketchup. The word ketchup comes from kaut soup, which means fish sauce. It's Chinese for fish sauce. And the original ketchup was a fermented food. They had different types of ketchup. They had mushroom ketchup where you put the mushrooms in the fish sauce, or they had tomato ketchup, or they had, can't think of what else, but it was a fermented food. And now, of course, it's an embalmed food made with high fructose corn syrup, and there's always MSG in the ketchup. But we can make lacto-fermented ketchup. We use organic tomato paste, fish sauce. You can make your fish sauce or you can buy it. Garlic, cayenne pepper, unrefined salt, a little bit of maple syrup, and our homemade whey. And there's our beautiful fermented ketchup. You can also do mayonnaise and mustard this way. They can be fermented foods. So have fun in the kitchen being a fermenter. It's really fun, and this is another place where you can do a lot of experimenting. Whatever's in your garden, you can ferment. And then we have the beverages, the wonderful alternative to soft drinks are these lacto-fermented beverages. So soft drinks we know are the scourge of America, have concentrated sweeteners or aspartame, loaded with caffeine, phosphoric acid, artificial colors and flavors. We have no idea the quality of the water used in these, and they're expensive. The beverages are very dilute sweeteners, lots of minerals and enzymes, beneficial bacteria, natural flavors, good quality water, and you can make these for as little as 20 cents a quart. Americans consume 56 gallons of soft drinks per person per year. This one thing alone is contributing to so much ill health in our country. And I'm always shocked when I fly on an airplane to see perfectly respectable people next to me drinking a Diet Coke. It just boggles the mind. This is lacto-fermented ginger ale. It's just fresh ginger, fresh lime juice, rapadura or honey, whey, water, and salt. And if you make it with the bottles that have the wire-held stoppers, it'll get very fizzy. So it's easy to do. Beet kvass is more medicinal. That was launched on the world in Nourishing Traditions. It's just chopped up beets, whey, salt, and water. I have a glass of this every morning. It's wonderful for digestion and very, very easy to make. And there's many commercial beverages available now, lots of brands of kombucha. Just make sure they're not too sweet. Some of them are way too sweet. How many of you make kombucha at home? Yeah, great. That's wonderful. Yeah, okay. Okay, this next picture is kind of shocking. Well, let's see. This is Africa. This is Zimbabwe, Africa. Look at these great big bottles of Coca-Cola at the airport. Zimbabwe has a factory that makes the old-fashioned sorghum beer, which is a brewed lacto-fermented beverage. But they've been Coca-colonized, and only old people now drink that beer. All the young people drink Coke. So it's shocking to me that people could actually work in this industry. And this next picture is just horrible. So these are Amish children coming into the Amish store on their horse-drawn carriage, living in houses without electricity, pinning their garments with straight pins, and getting a Coca-Cola. Okay, we're now on a number 11. This gets us a little bit beyond the food, and that is practice forgiveness. You can't digest your food when you're upset, when you're harboring a grudge. Your stomach actually kind of balls up in a knot, and it's very hard for you to digest your food that way, especially your meat. So you practice forgiveness, and of course the first person you forgive is yourself, because you made lots of mistakes, I made lots of mistakes, and sometimes I'm even reluctant to give this presentation because I know that a lot of people are going to be beating themselves. Why did I do this? How could I have possibly done this? So forgive yourself, please. We all make mistakes. It's part of the growth process. We're in a huge transition in this country. People are waking up. And instead of beating yourself over the head, just be grateful that you're in the movement, okay? So you forgive yourself. You forgive your parents, okay? All the terrible things they did, all the mistakes they made. The role of our parents was to bring us in the modern age. And, of course, it happened a little bit too quickly, and we got modernized too quickly, but forgive your parents, and then you forgive your children, and especially your teenage children. I promise you they will rejoin the human race sooner or later. Forgive these people. They're trapped in a system, a terrible system. And the only way we can free them is to not use their products. Okay. This beautiful lady, she's dead now, but she lived to 104. She's the grandmother of a friend of mine. She's from Ecuador. And when I met this woman and started explaining our diet, she said, well, that's the way my grandmother eats. My grandmother takes cod liver oil. She soaks her grains. She makes broth. She always eats the fat. She makes her own butter. And she's also a very spiritual woman. She was kind of a mentor to all the young people in the village. Just a wonderful example of this combination of kind of spiritual eating and a spiritual life. Of course, we're interested in the next generation. This is the age that we must reach. and somehow teach them, if they'll only listen, to how to have healthy babies so that we can continue on. This is our hope for the future right here. So our main focus at the Weston A. Price Foundation is young people and prospective parents. All right, the Weston A. Price Foundation, we're an educational nonprofit. We try to bring our message in as many formats as we can, whether it's a highly referenced journal or informational brochures. We have a yearly shopping guide. We have a conference, of course. We have local chapters. We have a podcast. We try to make this information available in many formats, because some people learn by listening, some people learn by reading, some people learn by talking. So our website is absolutely huge. Everything we've ever published is on the website. And if you'll see that local nav bar, if you scroll down, there's something like take a tour or intro to the website. So it takes you to the articles we feel you should read first. Our shopping guide is published yearly. We're working on 2023 right now. If you have any suggestions for our shopping guide, please send them to shoppingguide@westonaprice.org. We have our colorful Healthy for Life dietary guidelines, an alternative to USDA guidelines. And our new booklet, the 11 Dietary Principles of Wise Traditions, and the graphics in this book are just amazing. Sandrine Perez did them. I love it. There she is. There she is. Thank you, Sandrine. We also ask you to take the pledge to spend 50% of your food dollar directly from farmers and artisans. Buy your milk, meat, eggs, chicken, maybe even your bread, vegetables, directly from local farmers. You can use the other 50% of your food budget to celebrate how small the world has become, because we're all a village now, and we all want to eat pineapple and rice and guavas or whatever. So there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that, to celebrate. I mean, when I go into even just a regular supermarket and see all that produce there spread out, huge section, I think to myself, this is a miracle. It's the first time in the history of the world that this has been possible. And a lot of that, not a lot of it, but some of that food is even organic. We have special issues, the baby issue, a heart disease issue. Our podcast is now at 9 million downloads. How many of you listen to the podcast? It's very popular. And then the New Trends books, My Table, Nourishing Traditions, and all the companion books. And I have a book on baby and child care. I have a cookbook for children, every page illustrated. And my 3 nourishing books, Nourishing Broth, Nourishing Fats, Nourishing Diets. I've got a kind of a hold on this word, nourishing. And Tom and my latest book is The Contagion Myth. And I have a little DVD series as well. Dr. Price's book will be here at the conference at the Price Pottinger Nutrition Foundation table. So if you haven't read it, it's a beautiful, inspiring book. All right, last slide. Everything they did in the traditional diets was aimed at maximizing the nutrition in the food, maximizing the nutrient density, foods grown in fertile soil, organ meats preferred over muscle meats, animal fats, not vegetable oils, animals on pasture, not in confinement, the dairy products raw and or fermented, grains and legumes soaked and fermented, bone broths, unrefined sweeteners, lacto-fermented vegetables and beverages, unrefined, not refined salt, natural vitamins in the food, traditional cooking, and traditional seeds, open pollination. So every healing modality has a place in our lives. Homeopathy, herbs, chiropractic, osteopathy, even allopathy. They all have a place. But 80% of it is your diet. All these other things are, the final tweak in your health. But without getting on a nutrient-dense diet, none of these other modalities are going to work very well. So that's it. Nourishing Traditional Diets, the key to vibrant health. Thank you very much.
I believe there's only one mic in here, so if you have a question, you can come line up over here, and I'll pass the mic back and forth between the questioner and the answeree. Questionee, answeree.
When you're talking about good fats or oils and fats, where does avocado oil? It wasn't on there, so I just wasn't sure. I don't know what to say about avocado oil. I have used organic cold-pressed avocado oil. I just didn't feel good eating it, so I don't know what to say about avocado oil.
You are such a great source for information. I'm curious what your sources are. What do you go to when you write the articles and the little snippets and stuff? What's your routine shortly, if you can share?
Well, I have quite a filing system. It's kind of the bane of the office. Our office is in a house, and we have a whole room in the basement with file cabinets, because I do keep paper files. But people are always sending me articles. I'm always, with an eye on the literature. And I have this file called caustic commentary, and I just throw things in there until it's time to write the caustic commentary. But yeah, it's a challenge to keep on top of everything. And I kind of put it out in the universe. If there's something I need to write about, have somebody send it to me. I think it's a pretty good system.
I was wondering, how does air fryers or pressure cookers, are there any risks to using those when cooking meats and whatever?
The answer is that I don't know. But these are newfangled ways of cooking, and I think I would favor the old-fashioned way of cooking. And certainly the air fryer, I would rather cook in lard myself. So I have a toaster oven and a regular oven, and I cook on gas, and that's what I use.
First of all, thank you for being here. My question is around autoimmune, with the prevalence of having so many things that you're allergic to, and one of my things in the moment is milk. And I just wondered if you would speak to how quickly to reintroduce that, or what your thoughts are around getting that back in your diet.
Well, I would go on the GAPS diet. Heal and seal the gut. So you actually cut back on any foods that could possibly be problematic. And that includes even foods like potatoes. They're actually quite hard to digest for some people. Lots of broth and good fats. I mean, read the book and follow the diet. And that should kind of heal things, and then you can slowly reintroduce these foods. Dr. Natasha stresses the fact that this is not a lifetime diet. It's a temporary diet to heal the gut. And then you can bring back these foods always with a view to digestibility. So if you're reintroducing grains, they need to be soaked, they need to be organic, eaten with good fats. If you're reintroducing milk, it should be raw from pastured animals. And by the way, on the milk, if you're, haven't drunk it a while, or you're concerned, don't just drink a great big glass of cold milk. Start with maybe a quarter of a cup warm milk and see how you do with that, and then build up. But I would do the GAPS diet.
Hi, Sally. Zen from Moms Across America. It's great to finally meet you. I'm so glad we can collaborate on many things. But so my son is an organic, whole food, plant-based diet advocate, and I don't fully agree with everything he's doing, but he does seem to be pretty healthy. He's been doing it for 5 years. He's never been to the doctor, for any reason. But he is very thin. And I am concerned about maybe a couple years from now, like I hear people saying that he might crash his reserves. And where do I point him? What direction do I point him in? Like maybe on your website, or like do you have particular article where you've addressed, like he reads Michael Greger's stuff. He's been reading it since he was 14. How Not to Die. He's like got tons of science on how meat fats affect the heart and cause heart disease. Yeah, he's got, I know, but he says he's got tons of science on it. So it's really hard to argue when he's got a scientific study in front. I just wondered where you would point him to go.
Well, I would point him to my book, Nourishing Fats, because I debunk all of that. That's all coming from the vegetable oil industry. Also, maybe just to get started, our little flyer on dangers of vegetarian and vegan diets. Just pick that up from our table. That might be helpful. And yes, what's going to happen is that the deficiencies will become more manifest. Some people can store these nutrients for a pretty long time, but other people can't stand a week on a plant-based diet. But yeah, I think it's very important that he add some animal foods. It doesn't actually have to be meat. It could be raw milk, raw cheese, eggs, fish. But the beauty of meat is it supplies iron, and and zinc. I mean, these are our best sources of iron and zinc. So.
Sally, did you say that we have to brown the beef before we make the broth? Because I've never done that.
You don't have to, but I think it gives a beautiful flavor, much better flavor and much better color. Okay, yeah.
Hello. On your list of adrenal stressors to avoid, you mentioned extreme temperatures. But there's a lot of people in the health space who swear by sauna and cold bath therapies. So I'm just curious if you could comment on that.
I second that question.
Well, sauna is great. It's very cleansing. You build up a sweat. But if you're out all day in extremely hot weather, that's not healthy. And if it's really cold, well, of course, you can freeze to death. But also you use up a lot of vitamin A when it's really cold. The ice plunges and all these crazy things people do, it's not for me. But I'm sure that's fine if you're healthy, but you can't live in ice water all day, Yeah.
Hi, Sally. Thank you for your presentations. They're amazing, life-changing. My first time hearing them. Three smaller questions. One is comparing goat milk to raw goat milk to raw cow's milk. Two is approximately how much meat a day do you feel is pretty good amount? And three, rabbit meat. Any comments on that?
So goat milk is higher in fat than cow's milk. So that's kind of a good thing, but it also has a reputation for being constipating. So it just depends on the person, what they want to drink. And some people actually do better on goat milk, some people do better on cow's milk. Okay, the second one was amount of meat to eat. Of course, it depends on the person. I think you should have some meat every day, but you should certainly have some animal products every day. Yeah, like 100 grams, the size of a deck of cards, right, of meat. 100 grams of lean meat per day. Well, whatever you do, don't eat lean meat. And the last one is about the rabbit. Now, the Indians had a illness that they called rabbit hunger. When the hunting was bad and all they could get was rabbits, and rabbits are a very lean animal, they developed what they called rabbit hunger, and they would rather eat nothing than the lean rabbits. And now we know the reason, because the lean meat depletes vitamin A, and it'll make them sicker than if they're eating nothing. So, but rabbit's okay as long as you make it cream sauce or, fry it in lard or something like that. Sure, it's fine.
Hello, Sally. This is mostly about your last presentation that you did, but it's a two-parter. I was wondering what your thoughts were on stevia. So you did recommend stevia powder as a sugar replacement. I've been told that stevia has been used in some tribal cultures as a contraceptive. And so I was wondering if you had ever heard that or not, but yeah, sometimes I don't know if they take a lot. I don't know what the amount would be, but so that was one thing. And then
Second, just your thoughts on sugar in general. Like, should we be avoiding eating, a lot of it along with fat, or just, eat sugar by itself and then eat our fat, or am I overthinking it?
So stevia is an herb, and they make a powder out of the leaf. And as far as I know, that's okay. What you don't want is the white extract, because they've extracted the sweet component, and that's not good. I've never heard of it being used as anti-fertility agent. It's quite possible. Don't overthink the sugar. Just don't eat sugar. But use honey and maple syrup. I love maple sugar. And in desserts that have fat in them, to avoid the blood sugar roller coaster.
Hello. We fry potatoes in lard, and had heard that it was better to put the potatoes in water and salt to reduce the level of starch in the potatoes before frying. Have you heard anything?
Yes, I've heard that. I do oven fries, and I find that new potatoes work best. Not sure why, but I get a really crisp potato without soaking them in water. So, I don't know if you're pulling out minerals or what, if you're soaking in water, but.
Hi, thank you so much. This is my first conference, and it's been an amazing experience, and I'll totally treasure the lessons that I've learned here. My question right now is, forgive me if I'm asking something you've covered in a previous talk, because I checked out some of the other speakers today, but my question is about food pairing. There's a bunch of people who talk now like, oh, don't eat fruit with other foods and all this stuff, and I notice, of course, with your cookbook and the foods here at the conference, there's fruit, there's grains, there's meat, there's everything. Do you have an opinion about food pairing or like timing when you eat certain foods? Kind of going with the previous question. Just curious. Thanks.
I think a lot of these little rules are kind of arbitrary. On the thing about fruit with meat, tropical fruits are really healthy with meat, like a pineapple chutney or mango chutney or even some banana, because they have proteases in them and they help you digest meat. I believe Dr. Price was asked this very question about food combining, and he said he'd never encountered any food combining rules anywhere in his travels. But the exception to that is the rule that you always need to eat your meat with fat. And that's universal. It's found everywhere. But I wouldn't worry about these other things. The things that are hard to digest, like grains and legumes, they need to be prepared properly. And, of course, milk should not be prepared in any way. It just should be raw. So, you need to pay attention to how you prepare foods. I think adding a broth-based sauce to your meals will make everything more digestible. I don't think you need a lot of rules like that.
I have two questions. So if we live in a state where we have to ship in raw cream, raw milk, can we freeze it? And then what if you're gluten-free? So I know you have a lot of sourdough things. If you're gluten-free, what is the next best option for a bread or a grain?
Yeah, you can freeze milk and you can freeze cream. Dr. Price actually analyzed butter that had been frozen for a year, and he found a 4% reduction in nutrients. So that's fine. Okay. So the other one was... Okay. I'm not real familiar with gluten-free things. The cookies in Nourishing Traditions are gluten-free. They're made with arrowroot. But I would try real sourdough bread with lots of butter and see what happens.
What about chaga mushroom and the mushroom complex?
I just really don't know a lot about mushrooms. I'm sorry.
My question is on organic cane sugar. I use it when making water kefir, and I'm not sure what else I would use for that. And I'm also wondering, your stance on it. Is that something that's still frowned upon?
I do use organic cane sugar for making kombucha, so that's fine. It's really important that it's organic. There's no organic beet sugar, so organic cane sugar, yeah. And by the way, the kombucha, you want to let that kombucha go till it's really sour, till it's completely fermented.
Sally, my question is about dried gelatin from grass-fed pasture cows, but that in comparison to fresh gelatin, what are your thoughts on that? Is it still okay? Is it a good substitute? Do you recommend not and just sticking with fresh?
I think rather than dry the gelatin completely, you just boil it down till it's almost like a puck, like a rubbery puck. That's called portable soup. And this is what Lewis and Clark took with them on their expedition. They spent thousands of dollars on portable soup. And it's doesn't spoil, and I would rather see you do that than powder it. Are you making it or you're buying? Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, yeah. Well, the collagen proteins are the most sturdy proteins in nature, and you can dehydrate them and rehydrate them and freeze them and heat them, and they always go back to, they're never denatured. See what I'm saying? Whereas once you cook meat, it can't go back to the way it was. But when you cook collagen proteins, they rebound or reform into their fibers. So it's probably okay. The powdered gelatin's probably okay.
I've heard a lot of talk at this conference about like the importance of organ meat and eating organ meat. And I'm just curious as kind of a newbie. I thought like organs, specifically the liver, like they're the ones that clean the toxins. So if the cow liver is the one cleaning, getting all the toxins, and then if I'm eating it, like, am I eating more toxins? Like, I'm curious about like the organ meat and toxins.
Well, you want grass-fed animals. You want animals that are raised cleanly. You saw the picture of the chicken livers and the ones from the confinement. You wouldn't even, they're so disgusting. You wouldn't want to use those. So you want clean organ meats, clean animals. The liver is not a storage organ, so there's not going to be a lot of toxins there. The storage organ is the fats. And, of course, I'm telling you to eat a lot of fats, so it just needs to be clean animals. If you're not used to eating organ meats, make chicken liver pate. It's the sweetest liver, and it also has this nice balance of A, D, and K. We need to get more liver sausage, liver pate, offal in sausages. I like to say we need to make offal taste good. And I would like to see more of this being done in this country. It'll come. It'll come.
I love how you highlighted the dangers of artificial sweeteners and sodas and jelly beans. I want to get your take on Tommy John eating jelly beans and drinking Dr. Peppers.
You're kidding me. Last night? And what did the audience do? Well, I really don't think you are free, because you really have a moral obligation to keep this stuff away from your kids. Absolute moral obligation to do that. So, I don't know. We got to vet our speakers more carefully, I guess. I'm sorry.
Would you thank Sally Fallon with me one more time? Thank you.